plenary session of our 2 days international e-conference on environment and climate change. I, Ritobrita Ghoshal, wholeheartedly welcome all of you in this session. Here, I will call upon one by one our respected speakers to deliver their speeches. Now, before I started the session, I will like to declare that due to some emergency, our honorable guest speaker, Ms. Isra Jahan Sanchari, is unable to give her speech at the scheduled time. Ma'am will join us at the later part of our session. Now, without any more delay, I would like to begin our plenary session. We will start our honorable special guest, Dr. Rajarshi Mitra. So, before sir begin, I would like to say a few words about him. At latest, he is holding the position of Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Environmental Science in Vivekananda College under University of Calcutta. He has completed his MSc in the year 2000 from University of Kalyani and completed his doctorate degree from Jadavpur University in the year 2007. Till date, he has published 21 papers and guided 25 dissertations of MSc. He is having experience in industrial academic sector for more than 20 years. There are many scientific writing that belongs to him. Sir, now I request you to deliver your speech. The mic is over to you.
Thank you, Ritubrita. Let me tell you the topic of my topic. Actually, what I have decided, it is Sundarban, a fragile shield of climate change. So, can I just share my slides? Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The slideshow is visible?
Yes, sir. It's absolutely fine.
Okay, fine. So, as the topic suggests, a fragile Sundarban, a fragile shield against climate change. First, I would like to say why should we protect the Sundarban, and whenever we say we must protect Sundarban, Sundarban is something which needs proper protection, which needs the international attention. So, what do we call it? We called it is shielding us from the vices or from the thrust of cyclones, from different types of storm surges, and also it is providing us with different types of resources. And the local people are dependent on this type on those resources from the Sundarban forest. So it is somewhere we used to know the Sundarban or any kind of mangrove forest is actually working as a protector, or they are shielding us with different types of problems. But now the time has come to ask whether really they are providing us with a shield or with a protection, or really they need to have the protection. There are different types of claims, there are different suggestions, there are different scientific works on these grounds. I say these grounds mean Sundarban, Indian Sundarban, as well as Sundarban of Bangladesh, and all the other mangrove forests. But there are some issues what we are perhaps cannot see, or better prefer not to acknowledge properly, because it is very easy to say there is sea level rise and Sundarban is going to be inundated, and the sea level rise or the climate change is destroying the Sundarban, and the species are migrating upward. So we should have some, we should do something, we should take care of it, we should protect the Sundarban, or we should take some strategies. Yes, we should. But maybe those claims which are making it a nightmare to us needs to be changed. So let's see first what is Sundarban or where is it. As you know, this particular area, our Sundarban
Sorry,
starts with.
sorry, sir. Sorry for
Yes.
interrupting, sir. Your slide is not moving, sir. It is not full screen, sir.
Oh, that's what I was asking.
Yes, sir.
Is it full screen now?
No, sir. Can you please, sir, stop sharing and share
Uh,
it again,
yeah,
sir?
I think so. I think I should share the whole screen.
Yes, sir.
Now is it full screen?
Yes, sir. Now it is fine, sir.
Okay. So as you can see, uh, we know कि Sundarban is this area. Actually, it starts from the Sagar and it ends near this Hamilton Island, or rather, we can say just above it. And actually, there is an hypothetical line which marks the upper boundary of Sundarban and which goes like this. As my cursor is moving, it goes like this, and perhaps it will drive you through this line, and that is known as Dampier-Hodges line. But you can see, even if we consider Sundarban, this area as Sundarban, most of the area are having habitation, and dense forest or non-inhabited dense forests are very sporadically situated. The dense forest is available in this part and somewhere in these two islands. But otherwise, these areas are actually inhabited area, and all the story what we learn about the tiger straying, man-eating Royal Bengal tigers, everything comes to us from these regions. Okay, these boundary regions where the tiger are straying regularly because they are having their habitat, their ideal habitat here. Perhaps you are well aware of some particular names like Jharkhali. This is the Jharkhali area. This is the Jharkhali area. This is Godkhali area. This is Goshaba. All these areas are in news very frequently because of tiger straying. So these are the area where mostly the tiger straying is taking place. And as the river is much more wide here, you will hear less amount of tiger straying events in this region. Although the Royal Bengal tiger is actually a very good swimmer. Now here the question is, what we perceive, the Sundarban is actually the mangrove. It is a mangrove forest, and the main focus is mangrove and its tiger. But equal focus is there on these people of Sundarban, on their livelihood. So Sundarban is a particular system which shares both the nature and the people living at and with that nature in the same place. So it is a circular thing. There is a circle. If this mangrove is not there, you are not going to get fish. If this mangrove is not there, the tiger is not going to get the habitat. This Royal Bengal tiger is a very hard species, and they can adapt very fast with the situation. And if this is not here, these people will lose his job, because you can see he is doing something with the net itself. So all these are integrated, and we should understand this system, not only the climate change, not only the biodiversity, or not how to protect the tiger or its habitat. Rather, we should have a holistic approach in the context of climate change. So this is a very common figure you are seeing right now. You know that is the observed temperature change, and you can see how the temperature is increasing. These are different types of models, and as per the most conservative model, we can see the global temperature is going to rise by 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050. Or perhaps it will reach 2.8 degree more by 2050, although the most conservative estimate says it is 1.5. So these are different types of estimates depending on the observed data, and this is the condition of our earth after the time, or at around 2100. You can see how hot the earth will be. This is the time in between. As per the most conservative estimate, this will be the condition at 2100, and as per the most dreaded model, you can say it will this will be the condition. Even then, we are going to face the change in temperature, and you can see here the Sundarban is, and it is estimated that the color, as the color is suggesting, it is the IPCC report. So as the color is suggesting, we are going to get 0.51, 1 and 1 way in between, somewhere 1 and 1.5 degrees centigrade hike in temperature by 2100. So this is the concern, and what is happening due to this thing. Actually, as you know, global because of the climate change or global warming, we are getting changed climate. That means higher temperature, and not only the higher temperature, the irregularity in rainfall. So whatever be the reason behind, whatever be the climate change, we can assume. Now we should focus on some of the claims which are being made by scientific community and some local people on the effect or impact of climate change on the Sundarban. The sea level is rising nearly 12 mm per year at Sundarbans, which is further higher than the claim of 3.15 mm per year during 1980 and 1999. Both the claims has been unearthed by the same group of scientists, and but both these claims are actually of relative sea level rise. Relative sea level rise means the whole rise is not because of the increase in temperature or because of the increase in water. Rather, there is some roles of the subduction of Indian plate, which is going down to the Burmese plate. So as both are happening, so in Sundarban we can get a higher level of inundation. Although we don't know how far or how scientific this particular claim is, because if the inundation is 12 millimeter per year, that means 1.2 centimeter per year. So within 30 years or within 25 years, there should be more than 1 feet of difference in sea level. But I don't know whether we can see that or not, or we are really observing that type of change or not. Then the next claim is the mangroves are moving upward even up to 180 kilometers. I have just come across this particular data from University of Calcutta. The earlier data was from University of Jadavpur, and it is from University of Calcutta. Up to 180 kilometers upstream of the estuary due to the rising salinity. Maybe some of the mangroves are being available somewhere in Kolkata, and even some has been found near Triveni, near Bendel. But I'm not sure, or the communication is not a certain was not certain to say how much salinity has been increased and whether it is really regressed, if there is really regression or some correlation is only there. So if the data can be regressed over, the mangrove population can be regressed over the increasing salinity of Ganges or this particular Hooghly estuary, then we have to accept this particular claim that the mangrove is migrating upward. Yes, it is migrating upward to some extent, and that's why from the lower half or from the lower stretch of Sundarban, now we are losing some of the sensitive mangroves like Heritage formis or Heritage littoralis, that is the Sundari plant. We can get Sundari plant somewhere above a certain distance from the sea level or from the coastline. So that is indicative of some sorts of salinity rising and migration of the um, mangrove species. But most importantly, all those species which we used to know as a mangrove or as a true mangrove are not migrating in are not always migrating in such a pace. Rather, the mangrove associates the species like um, Populi Specia. Mangrove associates like um, that horgoja, that means horkosh kata or um, Acanthus illicifolius. So these type of species are being available even near Hangout nowadays, and maybe we don't have any data whether it was there earlier or not. Actually, whatever data we are having, that is the historic data, and there we know even in Korea, even in Sonarpur, Ruby, all these regions of southern Kolkata, these region used to host a lots of mangroves earlier, and we have raised it. Now, if we are getting it back, so we don't know whether we are making the situation favorable or actually because of the salinity it is being favored or it is going right now, or whether there is better conservation efforts right now. I am not in a position to say, and that's why I am saying it is a claim. The similar type of thing is the spread of mangrove. Most of the coastal islands will be inundated within 2050. This particular claim is being made by some scientists, and sometimes the media, and I don't know whether it is really of the words of the scientists or not. The media is saying the Kolkata is going to get inundated by 2050, but I don't find any kind of estimation which will lead to believe that Kolkata is going to be inundated by 2050. Yes, it is getting inundated sometimes because of the ebb tide, or which is an irregular factor. But whether it will be inundated or it will be wiped out, it will be under the water, I am not sure. Even I am not sure whether the whole Gangashagar Island will even be under the water by that in that time frame, because although already two villages has gone, but that is the erosion. And number two, the Gangashagar is being protected, and the two villages is having a stretch not more than 1 kilometer, and Gangashagar is having a stretch nearly 28 kilometers. So I don't know whether, yes, whether in next 30 years it is going to happen. The tiger straying are increasing day by day. Yes, it is. But is it because of the salinity factor, or is it because of the encroachment of human being of Sundarban? It is tough to ascertain right now. And lots of lands of Sundarbans are salinized. It is being, yes, it is being salinized because of these type of surges, not because of the regular surge, rather because of the infrequent cyclonic surges or accidental cyclonic surges. So this is the logic. If only 3 centimeters sea level get risen up, then we are going to have 17 meters of land under water. So this is how the inundation will be much more compared to the actual height of the sea level. And this is how all those estimation are done. Ki by 2050, this much land will be underwater, or the sea will come up to this level and that level, etc., etc. So this is not a photograph of inundation. Rather, it is a photograph of an inundated region because of this Yaas cyclone. Because of this Yaas cyclone, the embankment has been breached, and the water is going into the village. It is not always true. This is a level which is, or the water is flowing in the village because of its high level or continuous high level or normal tidal range. The water intruded the village by breaching the embankment during the years or surges due to the consequent surges of years. And that's why this type of inundation took place, and these houseless people or the people whose house has gone underwater right now, they are waiting for relief. This is the relief of they are using their boats for relief. So these are the life of Sundarban. So the area which are grossly unattended, as I told you, if we talk of the climate change, impact of climate change on Sundarban, generally we focus on this type of inundation and salinization, uh, breach of embankment. But there are some other factors, and sometimes we say the mangrove is moving. But there are other factors which is directly related to climate change, and we should take our research towards that dimension. And I think in future these areas will be attended properly. Number one, the climate change leading to more rainfall, but the timing has shifted. There is some evidence that the rainfall is shifting, and you can see earlier we used to get monsoon by second week of June, whereas now the monsoon is generally, this time it has arrived on time, but generally it is arriving in July. And nowadays the frequent and successive depression leading to this level, this much rainfall, is ultimately leading to inundation of all the villages. And once the villages are inundated, once the embankments that are breached, automatically the saline water will intrude in the village, and they will ultimately lead to the loss of productivity. And indeed, this was the showing period, and now the rice are getting destroyed every day there. And this type of untimely rainfall disrupts the phenology of the plants. Phenology of the plants, as you know, is the timing of flowering or the seasonal changes in plant, flowering, fruiting, etc. And depending on the flowering, the life cycle of several insect and other animals are on. So, if the phenology is disturbed, if the plant does not get flower in time, or if the food plants are dying, then automatically that will lead to loss of insects. That will lead to less productivity of insects also. Less productivity of insect will lead to loss of food base for several other insects, several other animals and birds particularly. And that will lead to disruption of the animals of higher trophic levels, and ultimately the whole food web will be disturbed. So not only the temperature, rising temperature, but also the untimely rainfall, the untimely or frequent cyclones and recurrent depression may lead to this type of food web destruction. Some studies are showing hostility in tiger roaming, as they are saying ki everywhere we can get the pug mark of the tiger, but tigers are not in sight, and we are not getting the information where the tiger is there. So earlier it was not like that. Earlier, if you have identified, you have found one pug mark, you could be rest assured ki the tiger is around. But now the tigers are hostile. That means if the tigers get hostile, then ultimately they will lose their range. They will lose their territory, and that will disturb the whole ecosystem. And why they are getting hostiles? Either because of the human interactions or because of some changes in their food base. And it is not that as the salinity is slightly increasing, the tigers are getting hostile. because this particular tiger, this Panthera tigris bengalensis, is actually a very sensitive, sorry, a very tolerant species and well adaptive species. So they are getting hostile. That means there is some changes in the ecosystem. It is yet not specified. Sorry, it is yet to be specified or yet not specified whether tiger straying are increasing or humans are encroaching the forest. The loss of productivity of soil due to frequent search may be a causative factor for enhanced dependence on forest resources. As I told you, if I lose my crop today, tomorrow I'll go to forest to have my livelihoods, to have in search of some other livelihood options like honey or seashells, or I'll go for the fishery. And the spawning zone of the fishery is the mangrove. It is the hatchery, it is the nursery of fishes. So if the intrusion of human being increases, if the catch increases, then automatically we are going to lose our ecological crop. And why it is happening? Because some of the people are losing their livelihood because of the climate change. So these are some network, these are some areas where we should focus particularly on. We need to focus on this, and ultimately then we can say that our ecosystem has been resilient. We have to make our ecosystem resilient, and for that we have to take care of some hard facts. Number one, the siltation is increasing because of upstream activities, upstream urbanization, upstream industrialization. The siltation is increasing. We are getting more and more deposits, and those deposits are changing the river dynamics. Those deposits are ultimately leading to the reduced carrying capacity of the river. There is a fact, sea level is rising. Ultimately, precipitation is there. Untimely precipitation is there. Increasing carbon dioxide also leads to some area of problems. Increasing carbon dioxide leads to salinity, acidity of the water, because carbonate bicarbonate system gets disrupted, which makes the balance, pH balance in the water, estuarine and particularly marine water. So all these things, even the soil respiration, the overall biogeochemical cycle get disrupted by enhanced carbon dioxide and change pH. And the embankment are being breached regularly. So we should protect our habitation as much as we can. And for that, what is to be done? We have to search for alternative livelihood options. We have to go for salt tolerant varieties of rice. There are several salt tolerant varieties of rice. Some of them are traditionally available and some are bioengineered. Like CSR10 is being tried right now. It is a bioengineered thing. Where, and in case of IR64, we have used the gene of Potracia coarcta, that is the dhani grass, যেটা আমাদের ম্যানগ্রোভ গ্রাস বলে পরিচিত. We are using the gene of that particular dhani grass so that the rice can be salt tolerant. And ultimately, we should go for strategic strengthening of the embankment. It is not like that, okay, কিছুটা মাটি আনলাম আর ফেলে দিলাম. What I have found with my own work, that the people are complaining here at the base of the embankment, scouring is being done. So if the base is scoured, then ultimately whenever there will be a thrust of water, the embankment will be breached. But if we can strengthen that part, that base part, then it will be possible to protect the environment to a better extent or to a great extent. And that is what is needed. But what do? We put soil above it, or we try to concretize it. If we concretize the embankment, then automatically the embankment is going to disturb the environmental balance or the hydrological dynamics of the area. And finally, to do all this, we should go for the capacity building, and ultimately we can make our environment or our Sundarban climate resilience. So I think I should stop now. And if you are having any query, uh, I can answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Uh, in call messages, we have a question for you. Um, Considering the present scenario of changing climate, how much effective do you think the mangroves will be to save the native people from natural climates in near future?
Okay, mangrove is something uh, which obviously is a safeguard, and the local people also understand that, and they prefer having mangrove around their household. But when the question comes, whether you are going to get your food every day, whether you are going to have food two times a day, or you are choosing in between. You, either you are going to get food two times a day, or you are going to get the protection once a year from a cyclone like Amphan or yes. Then obviously you will go for the food for the day. And that's why instead of understanding the value of mangrove, the people are intruding in the mangrove forest, and that is enhancing the the man animal conflict, number one. Number two, that is disturbing the total ecosystem balance. As I told you, if more and more people invades the forest, then automatically what will happen, the nursery of fishes will be disturbed. So ultimately, the whole ecosystem, the whole food web will be disturbed. So mangrove must be protected. And as you have asked, whether it is the solution of future to protect the people from storm surges or from different types of natural calamities, yes, it is perhaps the only solution we can have. So we have to protect the mangrove. We have to take care of all those factors what I have discussed, and accordingly we have to take policy, we have to draw some strategy so that we can protect our mangrove. And we should go for, as I told you, salt tolerant variety of rice. Even we can go for more hardy mangroves in coastal zone, and maybe less hardy mangroves or less salt tolerant mangroves in the upper fringe of the Sundarban, as we cannot allow the mangrove to come up to Vangor or up to Goria as a forest today at this particular situation. Similarly, we cannot allow the people to go into the mangrove which remnant is available till now. Rather, we should grow mangrove in some coastal regions, and as it is being practiced in Sagar Island, in the western bank of Sagar Island. If you go, you can see there are huge newly planted mangroves, and they are protecting that particular part of the island. They are fighting against the erosion. But sometimes the mangrove is not sufficient to protect the erosion, as it happened in the western corner of the Sagar, where the area is known as Begua Khali, where even the concrete embankment has been ultimately destroyed because of the huge force. But still, we must use mangrove as well as some engineering methods like biojute or something like that to protect our coastal zone and the society.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Uh, we have come to know many interesting informations from you, which are really helpful for all of our participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, I would like to welcome our next honorable guest speaker, Dr. Muhammad Inayat Hussain. Dr. Muhammad Inayat Hussain sir is an assistant professor in the Department of Soil, Water and Environment, University of Dhaka. Previously, he worked for the University of Chittagong as a lecturer. He received his bachelor's degree in soil, water, and environment and a master's degree in soil science from University of Dhaka, securing the first class first position. He got his PhD degree in environmental science from North Dakota State University in the USA. He received numerous awards for his achievements over the years. He is a recipient of the SWED DU Trust Gold Medal for Academic Excellence. He has one international patent and many publications to his credit. He is an NDWRRI and ANERGY Fellow. His research areas are air pollution, water pollution, microplastics, biosorbents, biochar, and phosphorus chemistry in the environment. Now I'm requesting him to deliver his valuable speech. Sir, the mic is over to you.
Thank you so much, Rita.
Yes.
Let me share my slides. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much, Rita, for your nice introduction. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate Hariharpur Friends of Environment India and Termite Society Bangladesh to organize this international e-conference on environment and climate change. I would like to thank all the scholars from India and Bangladesh to attend this conference. So it's an opportunity for us to exchange our ideas and to provide insights into each other's research. Hopefully, the young guns from these two countries will continue to do these kinds of activities and conferences and other scholastic activities in the future. Today, I'm going to talk to you about status of particulate matter and its impact on human health in Dhaka city. Uh, Before I talk about my research, I would like to give you a little bit of background on air pollution. Air pollution, you all know, it's a global problem. Uh, it is recognized as one of the major concerns in this era when we are witnessing rapid industrialization and urbanization. It is the fourth leading risk factor for premature death globally. Uh, Vehicles and industries emit a number of air pollutants such as particulates, carbon monoxide, oxides of sulfur, oxides of nitrogen, heavy metals, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. Among these air pollutants, particulate matters are considered the major air pollutant in densely populated cities or urban areas. To talk about particulate matter, it is the general term used to describe solid particles and liquid droplets found in the air. To put particulate matters into perspective, uh, this is a human hair which is 50 to 70 microns in diameter. PM10 particles are approximately equal to 1/7 the diameter of human hair. Fine particulate matter, uh, I mean the PM2.5 is the subset of PM10 particles that have aerodynamic diameters less than or equal to 2.5 microns. PM10 particles are large enough to be seen with the naked eye, while PM2.5 particles can only be seen using a powerful microscope. The major constituents uh, of particulate matter are sulfates, nitrates, elemental carbon, organic carbon, and crustal material. However, inorganic ions, metals, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and biological components, uh, for example, allergens and microbial compounds, are also found in particulate matter. Among the various components of particulate matter, heavy metals and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are among the most dangerous. There are three major sources of particulate matter: natural, anthropogenic, and secondary. The natural sources of particulate matter include wind-generated dusts, fogs and sea sprays, fires and volcanoes, pollen production by plants, spore production by fungi, and a number of microbial processes. Anthropogenic sources of particulate matter are usually classified as mobile or stationary. Mobile sources are like cars, trucks, planes, etc. Stationary sources are electric power plants, factories, mines, etc. Secondary particulate matter is produced by reactions in the air, including the transformation of gases or vapors into liquids or solids. The reacting gases and vapors they come from either natural or anthropogenic sources or both. The PM10 mass is contributed by both natural and anthropogenic sources, but the finer, I mean the PM2.5 particles, they are derived mainly from the anthropogenic sources. In the urban environment, as much as 80% of emissions of these health damaging particles originate from road traffic. Atmospheric particulate matter, they can absorb heavy metals, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and bacteria and viruses from the air, and they can pose a great threat to urban air quality and human health. And they can also impact global climate, hydrological cycle, and the food security. The figure shows the linkage among particulate matter with climate, human health, and food security. In humans, particulate matters can cause severe sickness or, in the worst case scenario, even death. And based on their sizes, they can travel varied distances and affect different parts of the human body. For example, PM 2.5 to 10 deposit mainly in the head airways. On the other hand, PM 2.5 can penetrate and deposit deeper in the tracheobronchial and alveolar regions. This is very clear from this picture. You can see the PM10 particles, which are coarse particles originating from pollen, wood burning, dust, construction, and fireworks are depositing in the head airways. PM 2.5 and PM1 particles are finding their ways into the tracheobronchial and alveolar regions. On the other hand, PM.1, I mean the ultrafine particles, they can find their way into the bloodstream. So this is staggeringly alarming for us. And in Dhaka city, we all are carrying PM.1, I mean the ultrafine particles in our bloodstream. Globally, PM exposure, it causes a loss in life expectancy almost 3 years. Every year, around 8 million people are dying prematurely because of PM exposure in household and ambient air settings. We are exposed to high risk diseases such as asthma, heart disease, lung cancer, stroke, type 2 diabetes, dementia, and loss of cognitive functions due to acute and chronic PM exposure. Mm, Children are more vulnerable to the adverse respiratory health related effects of ambient air pollution. This is because of their low weight, high respiration rates per unit body weight, and high susceptibility. Fine particulate matter is associated with significant health effects that include premature mortality, pulmonary inflammation, accelerated atherosclerosis, and altered cardiac functions. The figure provides a scheme of some of the hypothetical mechanistic pathways linking particulate matter with cardiopulmonary disease. Among all the chemical organic components, in PM 2.5, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons show the most consistent association with adverse health effects or outcomes, and therefore are of great public health concern. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are ubiquitous in the environment, and some can be cytotoxic, mutagenic, teratogenic, or carcinogenic for humans. Based on the country level pollutions and pollution data, about 92% of the world's population lives in areas that exceeded the uh, WHO guideline for PM 2.5, and about 86% populations in China, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh are exposed to the most extreme level, and that is about 75 micrograms per cubic meter of pollution concentration. In 2019, air pollution contributed to 476,000 deaths globally among infants in their first month of life. Now let's turn to Bangladesh scenario. Air pollution has become an increasingly serious concern in Bangladesh in recent years. Uh, in Bangladesh, most of cities are affected with the presence of high concentrations of gaseous and particulate pollutants due to industrialization, badly maintained poor roads, poor maintenance of vehicles, and uses of fuels with poor environmental performance and lack of awareness. Particulate matter pollution is more severe than gaseous pollution in our country. The concentration of trace gases, including key primary pollutants and ozone, monitored in ambient air in Dhaka, were found to comply with the national ambient air quality standard. Mm, So particulate matter is the main problem here in this part of the world. So air pollution was the second leading risk factor for premature death in Bangladesh in 2019, accounting for around 20% of all deaths. There are 145 deaths per 100,000 people attributable to air pollution in Bangladesh, compared with 86 deaths globally. The entire population lives in areas with PM 2.5 concentrations above the WHO air quality guideline for healthy air, that is 10 micrograms per cubic meter, and uh, more than 99% lives in areas with PM 2.5 concentrations above the WHO's least stringent interim air quality target of 35 micrograms per cubic meter. So this is an extremely alarming scenario prevailing in our country. Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh, it's facing serious air pollution and is one of the most polluted cities on earth. Particulate matter is the main culprit, as I mentioned earlier, for the situation in Dhaka city. Uh, Brick clean operations in and around Dhaka city are responsible for a large share of Dhaka's air pollution, uh, and they account for 58% of total fine particulate matter pollution, followed by motor vehicles, road dust, fugitive lead, soil dust, biomass burning, and sea salt. So now coming to our own research, against this background, I have what I've just discussed. We decided to determine the adverse effects of particulate matter on human health. The specific objectives of our work were to characterize PM10 concentrations in terms of elemental composition and concentrations. Uh, to develop some, we wanted to develop some indices related to human health, and we wanted to assess the carcinogenic and mutagenic effects of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are associated with particulate matter. So these are the sampling locations which we selected for sampling. We collected samples from Car's premises at the University of Dhaka, and then Goel Chottor, which is within the University of campus, Postogola, which is an industrial area, and Chittagong Roads, which is known for heavy traffic. So these are the methodology we employed. We did physical characterization, chemical characterization, and biological characterization using different techniques and methods. After the characterization of particulate matter, we assessed the carcinogenic and mutagenic risk of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and we also evaluated the risk of elemental toxicity. So these are the concentrations of PM10 in different locations. The highest concentration of PM10 was found in Postogolab sampling site. However, all the values were higher than the WHO guideline, which is 50 micrograms per cubic meter for a 24-hour period. So here is a comparison. It is obvious that The average PM10 concentration has increased in Bangladesh over the last decade. It was 144.57 in 2010. Now it's for our study we found that the concentration stands at 287.9 micrograms per cubic meter. Uh, with we did seasonal variation. What we found that there were significant variations in PM10 concentrations among the four seasons. You can see the average PM10 levels were always the highest in winter and lowest in the rainy season. Uh, the PM10 concentration did not differ significantly between the winter and spring seasons. Elements are also found to vary in different seasons. You can see the zinc concentration, aluminum concentration, and calcium concentration. There is the variability is quite high uh, within the within different sites. We also analyzed polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. We monitored 5 polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. However, among the 5 polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, only benzopyrene and benzofluorantine were found in all the sampling sites. The highest concentration of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in PM10 particles was observed in winter, followed by spring, summer, rainy season. In summer, the temperature is high and intense sunlight uh, can enhance the degradation of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, so concentration is low. While in winter, the photolysis is slower and radical degradation is also slower, and lower temperature and increased domestic heating and consumption of fuels are the main reasons for the higher levels of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in this season. So you can see, I already mentioned that we wanted to see the health risk coming from these trace elements and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. So you can see the cancer risk and non-cancer risk of human body due to the presence of toxic elements such as lead, cadmium, chromium, nickel, copper, manganese, and zinc. So we evaluated the risk by the sum of daily intake via ingestion, dermal contact, inhalation. For both cancer and non-cancer risk, ingestion through eating or unconscious activities from hand to mouth was the main exposure pathway for ambient particles, followed by dermal contact and inhalation. The non-carcinogenic risk uh, values of these elements from the three pathways were uh, lower than the safe level for both children and adults, which means that there was no non-carcinogenic risks from these individual elements uh, via these three exposure pathways. Carcinogenic risks are only from lead and chromium. Through these pathways, both non-carcinogenic and carcinogenic risks were higher for children. You can see from these numbers. And this is because of their unusual activities, particularly pica behavior, because children, they suck their hands and fingers. So in the process, they ingest those particles, and they ingest higher amount of particle contaminated objects because of their lower body weight. So this is an important factor. So these are the carcinogenic and mutagenic risks from polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. You can see polycyclic mutagenic risk was found higher than the carcinogenic risk. can see the classes. From these classes, you can see which one is carcinogenic and which one is not carcinogenic. So to sum up, the current study, the study we did indicates that our city is highly polluted with respect to these elements and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. So it's high time that we implement efficient management techniques like to help to reduce the health risk from exposure to particulate matter. Uh, we can also alternatively we can reduce air pollution by providing a green belt along the roadside in and around Dhaka city. So we have in one of the papers we can some of the tree species which are common in our area. For example, we can plant Ficus bengalensis, Mangifera indica. So these are the tree species which have been shown to mitigate air pollution in our city. So with that, uh, I'm wrapping up presentation. And if you have any questions, you can ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enriching our knowledge with your valuable speeches. And we are also looking forward to have you with us in near future programs. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So now I would like to welcome our next honorable guest speaker, Dr. Misha Roy. Our honorable ma'am is presently serving as an assistant professor of environmental science, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur, West Bengal. In addition,
Ritubrita, I'm
yes.
just interrupting. She is the head of the department also. Okay.
Okay. Sorry for my mistake. He is the head of the department also. She is the coordinator of the Center for Environmental Studies, Vidyasagar University, and also associate with various administrative and advisory positions of the university. She has completed her PhD, MPhil, and MSc in Environmental Science from Kalyani University and served the position of University GRF, SRF in Kalyani University and Shaha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Kolkata. Later on, worked as guest faculty in Environmental Science Department of Kachrapara College and Navadip Vidyasagar College before joining VU as assistant professor. Her research interests mainly include different stress reactions of ionizing radiation of plants, environmental stress, and impact analysis, environmental impact assessment, monitoring and management of environmental pollutions and climate change, and various others. She is also associated with the central government's Namami Ganga project and have actively involved in research that may be evidenced by her recent publications. Till date, she have published around 60 research papers along with books, chapters, and participate in around 35 national and international seminars. In her career, in her career life, she guided collectively around 50 MEC and MPhil dissertations, and also engaged herself in reviewing many international journals in a regular basis. Besides this, she was honored by many awards from both at the national and international levels for her academic contributions. In addition, she serves as a member of several research organizations and NGOs working on different environment problems to deliver her speech on habitat defragmentations, reasons behind the deadly pandemics. Ma'am, I request you to begin your speech. The mic is over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. Presently, we are living through the pandemic situation. So for me, I thought that no time will be better than this to evaluate the anthropogenic impacts which have helped or which have led to the emergence of different pandemics throughout the history. And hence, I have chosen this topic. Uh, Can habitat defragmentation be accounted as a lead cause of pandemic? So let us first evaluate and understand the reasons behind different deadly pandemics, analyzing through different perspectives, and after that, finally, we will discuss various measures to minimize this pandemic in near future. The ever-increasing human population is invading land for its increasing demands and destroying the animal habitats, which used to act as barrier zones safeguarding humans and hence making them accessible to pathogens migrating from wild species to humans. The outcome of which we are facing today in the form of severe zoonotic diseases causing deadly pandemics in recent years, which including this COVID-19 which we are facing today. To understand the pandemic, we have to understand what is zoonosis. So let us start with what is zoonosis. A zoonosis is any disease or infection transmitted to humans from other animals. The main causes of zoonosis can be accounted to the contamination of the water supplies, the food sources, the wild attack, farming, then there are ranching and animal husbandry, insect vectors, hunting and bushmeat. The transmission can take place either through the direct contact through the organism known as direct contact or through other organisms who are known as vectors that carry the disease pathogen or the disease agent, or it may be any of the environmental carriers such as food items, water sources, etc. The diseases like Ebola and the present coronavirus can subsequently even adapt to our species, allowing for even human to human transmission. According to most of the studies, most of the pandemics or the pandemic outbreaks that we have faced since ever now are associated with the defragmentation of the habitats. To understand the origin of the pandemics and to understand the relationship of these pandemics with the environmental degradation and the habitat defragmentation, we have to understand the history of the pandemics first. So let us first go through the history of pandemics. So this is the journey of the pandemics, starting with the oldest and the scariest bubonic plague. It is also known as the Black Death, and the Black Death or bubonic plague first occurred in 1894, and there are documented cases of the pandemics of Black Death from 1900 to 1909, and again some cases were reported in 1959 again. Then it became also pandemic in 1994, and again from 2010 to 2015 it was reported pandemic in several countries around the world. We all know that plague is a bacterial disease, and it is caused, the bacteria is found in small rodents, rabbits, sheep, camels, fleas, etc. And the human gets contaminated through the contaminated fleas bite. Okay, and then there are H1N1 influenza. There are various forms of H1N1 influenza, and every form of H1N1 influenza become pandemic at some time, starting with the Spanish flu. The Spanish flu became pandemic after the First World War in 1918, and then it took the form of pandemic from 1918 to 1920. It is caused by H1N1 influenza A virus, and it spreads through the droplet transmission via horses, pigs, any kind of wild animals, wild aquatic mammals, wild birds, etc. Then there is swine flu, a very popular form of H1N1 influenza. It first originated in United States of America in 2009, and cases of swine flu are reported from India quite recently, that is in 2015. Swine influenza is an infection caused by any of the several types of swine influenza virus. It includes H1N1, H1N2, H2N1, H3N1, H3N2, H2N3, and mostly it is found that the people who are in regular exposure to pigs are faced by this kind of influenza, this kind of pandemic. So pigs are at people with exposure to pigs are at increased risk of infection. Then there is avian influenza, which is very popularly known as bird flu. The bird flu occurs through a virus subtype of H5N1, and the first outbreak has occurred in 1997 in Hong Kong. And then there were several reported pandemic cases from 2003 to 2009. Then there is Zika virus. Zika virus got the name. It is very interesting that Zika virus got the name because it was first identified in the Zika forest. It was first identified in a rhesus monkey in Uganda in 1947 in the Zika forest, and hence it got its name. And there were documented cases of its pandemic exposure from 1960 to 1980, and it is spread by daytime active Aedes mosquito, and there are several species of Aedes mosquitoes which can cause the disease. Then the next one, Ebola virus. Ebola virus is also a very popular form of pandemic. It was mostly occurred, or it was mostly observed in Africa, central of Africa mostly. So we can say that it is a popular form of epidemic rather than a pandemic. The first outbreak occurred in 2014, and then there were several documented cases of this disease in 2018 and 2020. How Ebola virus is caused is that it is believed to be exposed from chimpanzees, gorillas, fruit bats, and then there are forest antelopes, etc. And human get infected to this through the body's blood secretions, organ fluids of these infected animals, and they get spread by the through the close contact with these body fluids. Next, there is leptosporiasis. Leptosporiasis is also known to cause 1 million of cases annually, and it is mostly observed in the parts of Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And in 1994, there were several recorded documented cases of leptosporiasis all over the world from different countries. It is a bacterial disease caused by the bacteria Leptospira interrogans. It is transmitted through the urine of the infected animals. The urine of the infected animals, if get accumulated in the water or soil sources, then they can even survive in that soil and water, and the person who or the other animals who get acquainted or who get in close contact with this water or soil, they can also get infected through this bacteria. So it is a very severe form of infection. Then came the leishmaniasis. Leishmaniasis, we have the 3 types of leishmaniasis. One is visceral leishmaniasis, one is cutaneous leishmaniasis, and other is mucocutaneous leishmaniasis. Leishmaniasis, all the 3 types of leishmaniasis are endemic in mostly in Algeria and East Africa. There are several reported cases of this leishmaniasis all over the world. From there are some, and the case, but the most pandemic cases were recorded from the East Africa region. And in European region, cutaneous and visceral leishmaniasis are mostly endemic, while the South Asia region reports both visceral and cutaneous leishmaniasis. The next pandemic is Rift Valley fever. Farm of Rift Valley of Kenya, and in 1931, and since then there were several cases, documented cases from reported from North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. The disease is caused. This is a virus. This is also a virus disease, and the disease is caused by the cattle organisms, the cattle animals, cattle, buffaloes, sheep, goats, camels, etc. And they get infected through the contact of blood or any other body tissues, body fluids, body tissues, etc. This Rift Valley fever can also if a person can also get affected by this Rift Valley fever if he is or she is consuming the infected raw meat or infected undercooked animal product of that infected animal. Then there is also a very popular African sleeping sickness, also known as sleeping sickness. Sleeping sickness or African sleeping sickness was mostly found in Sub-Saharan Africa, and there were documented cases from 1896 to 1906, and there was also some documented cases reported in 1970 to 1990. It is mostly transmitted by a fly, which is found in Sub-Saharan Africa, and hence the epidemic is restricted in the Sub-Saharan Africa area. Then HIV/AIDS, we all know, very popular kind of pandemic disease, and we all know about this acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, a very well-known pandemic, and which has resulted in widespread of death during the 21st century, one of the popular pandemic of 21st century, which is continuing, or we can say that it is the ongoing public health threats, and it is caused by a human immunodeficiency virus. The virus damages the body's immune system and interferes with the body's ability to fight infection and diseases. Now, SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome. The SARS originated in Gudgao province, China in 2002. The first outbreak occurred in 2002. And after that, there were 26 countries which were reported to be affected by this virus, by this infection in 2003 only. It is also a viral respiratory disease of zoonotic origin, and the strain is known as SARS-CoV-1. Similar to SARS, there is also another known as MERS, which is known as Middle-East Respiratory Syndrome. But the only difference between these two is that the SARS has originated in China and the MERS is originated in Saudi Arabia. Why in Saudi Arabia? Because this disease is known to be caused from camels. The people in the Saudi Arabia and the South Korea mostly, they got affected with this MERS, and the outbreak occurred in 2012. And it is said that, or it is found that this kind of infection is transmitted to humans via camels. The camels are got infected from bats, and the infected camels, when get in contact with the humans, they get the infection. Then there are present popular, our well-known COVID-19. It is originated in Wuhan city, China in December 2019, and it is transmitted to humans via endangered pangolins infected with the coronavirus via bats. As the world's population and consumptions are growing, we are encroaching the wild habitats. More than half of the Earth's habitable land has already been affected by humans, and hence habitats of animals are ravaged. The result of this is that the natural barrier and buffer zones separating the humans from the wilds are not active anymore. And this has resulted in an easy maneuver of pathogens from the wild animals to humans, which are the reasons for the deadliest zoonotic pandemics which we have just gone through. Land use changes, including deforestation, modification of natural habitats, held responsible for nearly half of the emerging zoonoses. The destruction and degradation of forest exposes humans to some new forms of, or we can say the new ways of contacts with the wild microbes. As we can see in this slide that uh, if we did, if when the forest is intact, if we haven't degraded the forest, if there is no anthropogenic impact, if there is no habitat defragmentation, then all the viruses, all the wild hosts, all which are the carriers of pathogens, they can safely balance themselves in the forest only. But whenever we degrade the forest, whenever we degrade the habitat, whenever we go through the habitat degradation, forest degradation, due to the anthropogenic demands, due to the land use demand, whenever we change the land use, then the forest get defragmented. And due to this defragmentation, there is an easy maneuver of the species, of the wild species, of the different kinds of viruses, and some of the viruses, some of the pathogens, some of the bacteria, which were not host to a particular, which were host to a particular species, then due to this defragmentation and this anthropogenic influence and habitat defragmentation, they found new hosts. They get themselves accompanied to new hosts, and that could be the reasons. That could be the reasons which can be accounted for this severe forms of pandemics which we have faced throughout the history. If we go through the history, as we have seen that there are several forms of pandemics. Presently, we are only thinking about COVID-19, and hence this COVID-19 pandemic has given us we can say this is an eye opener, and this COVID-19 is an eye opener because this has given us a reason to think back that what are the reasons of this pandemics. As we have seen that in the previous history also, the sequence of the pandemics which have occurred throughout the history, there are possible reasons and there are accounted reasons of environmental degradation for that. And here coming to this. So these are the anthropogenic drivers of pandemics. So starting with Black Death, that is bubonic plague. As we have seen that bubonic plague was a very important pandemic disease in the documented case. There are several documented cases of Black Death. And the most probable or the most possible anthropogenic driver of the bubonic plague is known to be habitat encroachment. As the population has grown, the people started changing the land use. The people started entering into the forest. The people started encroaching the habitat of wild organisms, wild animals, and hence, due to this habitat encroachment, there were increased number of pathogens, and which has resulted in bubonic plague at that time. And also nowadays there are some documented cases of this plague. Then the H1N1 influenza. There are several types of H1N1 influenza. I have just gone through them, and all the kinds of H1N1 influenza are known to caused by the alteration of migratory behavior, anthropogenic environmental changes, including land use, agricultural practices, globalization, and climate change. Then there is Zika virus. Zika virus is assumed to be the result of unplanned urban growth and globalization. Then there is malaria, a very popular epidemic disease. Malaria occurs due to deforestation and water projects. Then there is schistosomiasis. Schistosomiasis is known to wide occurrence. Schistosomiasis wide occurrence is known to because of dam building and irrigation mostly. Dengue fever. Dengue fever is very popularly known, and now and then there are very much documented cases of dengue fever all over the world, mostly in tropical countries. Dengue is a tropical country disease, and but nowadays, due to the climate change, it is the researchers are finding that from tropics, the dengue is shifting its habitat to temperate zones also. So the dengue fever is mostly known due to the urbanization. The urbanization is the factor behind the dengue fever. Then there is rabies. Rabies, one of the most important factors of rabies is deforestation and mining. African sleeping sickness or sleeping sickness is known to cause due to climate change and deforestation. And then there is lymph disease. Lymph disease is known to cause due to habitat fragmentation. Ebola is caused due to forest enforcement. And there is HIV/AIDS. The most possible reasons of HIV/AIDS is thought to be the overuse of natural resources, habitat defragmentation, and somewhat it is said that the HIV/AIDS is related to loss in traditional knowledge, which we call ethnic knowledge. The ethnic knowledge, our ethnic knowledge to preserve biodiversity, our ethnic knowledge to protect biopiracy, all this kind of ethnic knowledge. The lack of ethnic knowledge has resulted in this HIV/AIDS. Then the SARS and MERS, all the respiratory viral diseases, respiratory viral infections. The most important or the anthropogenic driver of this SARS and MERS are known to be habitat defragmentation, deforestation, bushmeat, and illegal wild trafficking. The massive increase in the human population, rapid industrialization, and growth in technology has made our life comfortable and luxurious on one hand. However, it also comes with the price tag of extreme exploitation of our planet. Our species have pushed the planet against its carrying capacity to such an extent that the Earth has lost its restoration capacity. We all know that Earth has its own restoration capacity to filter the harmful planets, to filter the harmful pollutants. And one of these outbreaks is in the form of severe air pollution. The last presentation was about air pollution, and it was a very interesting population. Here it was shown that how air pollution is increasing frequently. Air pollution is increasing rapidly. All over the world, air pollution is increasing. And there are reports that this chronic exposure to air pollutants weakens our lungs, gradually making it vulnerable to various diseases and viruses. The outcome of which is SARS and MERS and now the COVID pandemic, which we are facing through. So during the first phase of the COVID pandemic, there were several studies which were conducted just to analyze, just to correlate how air pollution is related with the pandemic. So here it was found that according to most of the studies, if we summarize the evidences from all the studies, and we will get that there were three outcomes. The first outcome is that the long-term exposure to particulate matter 2.5 is linked to the poor prognosis and the death in COVID-19 patients, including cardiovascular and lung diseases. The second outcome is that the PM 2.5 exposure is also associated with increased risk of severe certain respiratory diseases, including influenza, pneumonia, etc. It is also overall found that the air pollution exposure is known to cause inflammation and cellular damage, and evidence suggests that the prolonged or the chronic exposure to air pollution may suppress early immune response to infection. And from the studies, it was found that it was observed that the people who were exposed to the chronic air pollutants, chronic air pollution, and the cities, mostly the cities, there were researchers which were done on the pollutant factors of the cities and their correlation, air pollution, mostly air pollution of the cities, and their correlation with the COVID. And it was found that the cities which were mostly polluted and highly polluted had shown more COVID patients. at that time. So we can say that there is some relation between this COVID and this air pollution in a way that the exposure to the prolonged exposure to the air pollution has resulted in uh, lowering our immunity for these diseases, lowering our adaptation to these diseases. It has weakened our lungs, it has weakened our uh, body to overcome the damage done by the different kind of diseases, and hence air pollution is found to be a very crucial factor related to this pandemic diseases, that is respiratory pandemic diseases. Air pollution is found to be a very crucial factor associated with this respiratory pandemic diseases. This has led to another kind of study where during the first phase of COVID lockdown, during the first phase of COVID restrictions, when the restrictions were implemented during the COVID lockdown, there were several studies which are conducted to understand how we can allow to restore our ecosystem services without affecting it. That is, just by reducing our footprints. The restrictions implemented during the COVID lockdown has given us a visible example how we can reduce our footprints how only by reducing our footprints on the environment we can allow the earth to undergo passive restoration, and the earth will restore to itself, or the earth will restore, or the ecosystem services will they can restore itself. So this is a study which I have done during the pandemic period previous year, when there was restriction. During this period, restriction period, in this data we can see that this is a time series plot of average concentration of criteria pollutants from a period of January 2018 to June 2020. And I have selected the major cities all over the India, and from the this graph, it's quite visible that we have taken the criteria pollutants, and from the graph it is visible that during the just 3 months of the restriction, 3 to 4 months of restriction, there is a sharp fall down in the air pollutants. Even in the highly polluted cities like Delhi and Kolkata also, we can see that there is a sharp fall in the air pollutant concentration. This can be more visible from this figure. Here I have compared the pollutant concentration from March to June only, that is the peak lockdown period during the last year. And here also, here this red line is the average concentration, and this blue line is the WHO mean concentration. And again, from this it is very clear that there is a sharp fall in the air pollutant during the lockdown period. This is the air quality index of the last 3 years, and also the green is the implies the good, and the red implies very severe. And again, here we can see very well, it is a very well visible that just with the restriction, during the restriction period, there is improved air quality index throughout the India. Hence, we can say that, as it is very clear from the results, that just by restricting our own impacts, or just by restricting our own actions on the environment, our own harmful actions on the environment, we can maintain a healthy ecosystem for our survival. Along with maintaining our natural systems, actions are needed to restore those that have already been damaged and degraded in a way that will benefit people and restore the fundamental functions of the biomes. The only silver lining, if we say that what is gained by this pandemic is that the only silver lining which we have gained by this that in the previous year's restriction, the reduction in the pollutant level. The air quality in the major cities has been drastically improved due to reduction in industrial and transport emissions. As discussed, we can now understand that the pollution lowers our resistance to diseases. According to most of the studies, the places with higher air pollution have recorded more COVID cases. And people living in the areas with high levels of pollutants were found to be more vulnerable to develop this kind of chronic respiratory diseases. And this kind of chronic respiratory viral diseases are most vulnerable to the cities which are exposed to more air pollutions. As we have seen that a few days restrictions only have brought a huge improvement in the deteriorating air quality all over the area. So if we have to gain something, if we have to understand, or if we have to take any lessons from this COVID pandemic, this is only one thing, is that this reduction in this lockdown provided clear vision that the improvements can be achieved in the air quality by monitoring the air pollution control measures. This visible concept is now followed to restore our earth, and hence ecosystem restoration is the theme of this year's World Environment Day. We all know that from this last year's visible solution, that visualization, or rather I can say the last year's visualization, that just by reducing our footprint, just by reducing our impact, we have reached to such a level that the earth has got an opportunity to restore itself. By this visualization, we got this year's Environment Day's theme, that is ecosystem restoration. Humans and the other species rely upon natural ecosystem processes and the ecosystem services for their survival are not sufficient component of human. As human population is growing, human population has grown, overuse or misuse of the environment and the impairment of its ability to provide the ecosystem services have led to shortages in critical human and other species needs. This specter of climate change increases concerns about sustainability and integrity of the health or well-being of our human systems. Although on the ground we can say that it is exactly quite difficult how the disease affects the environment or vice versa, but throughout this study, we can only highlight that the environmental defragmentation, the habitat destruction, the or we can say that the overgrowing population, the exploitation, are all which are affecting the pandemic situation, or which has affected in growth of the pandemics. It is clear, however, it is clear that people are changing, and from this present pandemic situation, the behavior of people are also changing in response to pandemic. And this is a high time when we have to learn, we have to analyze, we have to evaluate the reasons, we have to learn the lessons from the history about the pandemic occurrence, how pandemic has occurred, what are the reasons behind this pandemics, so as to we can restrict the future pandemics, or we can restrict the future new pandemic situations. The fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic will dominate the global agenda for a long foreseeable future. And as a global community, it is critical, or it is crucial, that we should take some steps to reduce the risk of future pandemics. The steps must ensure some of the important actions we take to crack down our illegal wildlife trade. We can take some steps to preserve the intact ecosystem, to restore the health of those ecosystems that has already been degraded. We can restrict our habitat fragmentation behavior. Also, in addition to that, we should be in future, we should be careful about the environmental management, disease surveillance, and also we should be careful about the healthcare provisions, that the healthcare provision should be properly ensured. With, in order to conclude, I can only say that the present COVID-19 pandemic should now act as an eye-opener for us to ensure that we should restrict our interference into our nature's ecosystem. Time has come when we have to understand the dangerous impacts of destroying wild habitats and habitat defragmentation, wildlife habitat destruction. Awareness, proper planning, along with the environmental management can only prevent such deadly outbreaks to occur in the near future. We all have to understand that a healthy planet is the foundation of our own health and well-being. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our participants have gained a complete idea about this pandemic and habitat defragmentation, and they're also looking forward to have you when we need you in near future. Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, we have a brief announcement. Due to some emergency, our honorable guest speaker, Ms. Israt Jahan Shantri ma'am, is unable to give her speech at the scheduled time. She will join us in our upcoming session. Now I would like to introduce myself briefly. I am Afrin Stravoni, content writing intern at Aluinvo Solution. Currently, I am studying geography and environment in University of Dhaka. So now I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Shumanta Kundu. Mr. Kundu is working as Senior Program Officer with the Corporate Foundation and based in Kaziranga National Park, India. He has been working in the field of wildlife and biodiversity conservation projects, especially on elephants, wildlife corridors, and human-wildlife conflict since 2006. He had been associated with many renowned organizations such as BG Plant National Institute of Himalayan Environment and Sustainable Development, Asian Natural Conservation Foundation, ANCF, Center for Ecological Science and Wildlife Trust of India. During this long span of career, he had worked at different landscapes of India, such as West Bengal, Odisha, Uttarakhand, Bihar, and Assam. His prime interest of study is community-based human-wild conflict mitigation strategy, ecology of elephants, wildlife corridors, and wildlife movement patterns. Now, sir, I would like to request you to convey your speech. Sir, the mic is over to you. Sir, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. I'm just trying to share my screen. My screen is visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would like to thanks the organizer for organizing this such beautiful e-seminar, especially Hariharpur Friends of Environment and Termite Society, and giving me the opportunity to present a small talk on some lesser known species or some animal aspect of Sundarban landscape. So I welcome all the participants, and I hope we'll have a small but interactive session. So if there is any question, you please at the end or you raise your question so that and you all are welcome to grind me if you want. So it is like an open session. So if there is any question, I'll try to answer the question as per my level best. And so And just starting my topic, it's a very small topic I have taken about the some important fauna of Sundarbans, and thankfully both the part Sundarban is spread around India and Bangladesh, so we'll have like some of the similarities between them. So first, I want to give a small discussion about our my organization. I'm presently based in Kaziranga. It is Assam, which is famous for one horn rhino, and we have some branches in other parts of India. And we started our journey in 1994 in Corbett. That's why the name is Corbett Foundation is given. And majority of our work is human wildlife conflict mitigation, wildlife research, flood support, awareness activities, capacity building of STARK network, etc. So it's like awareness, and this portion, this e-seminar is also part of our awareness generation, because in biodiversity and wildlife conservation, awareness generation is one of the major tool which is used by the scientists from the very beginning. So Sundarban at a glance, we all know about Sundarban, but still, I will try to give a small description about the Sundarban. It's like 10,200 square kilometers spread in both India and Bangladesh. India has a small part, Bangladesh has a relatively larger part. And in India, Sundarban Tiger Reserve covers around 2,500 square kilometer. And Sundarban is described as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1987. And in Indian part, there is around 102 islands, of which around 54 islands are used by human. So this is the general map. But if you see about the Sundarban Biosphere Reserve is also like a huge area. It also covers some of the human habitation also. But this is only the human Sundarban Tiger Reserve part. And there is some other portion you see. These are Lothian Island, which are part of Sundarban Biosphere Reserve, but not part of Sundarban Tiger Reserve. So diversity of Sundarban, there is around 58 species of mammals, 55 species of reptiles, around 248 bird species have been recorded from. This is from Indian part. So Sundarban, and you will be astonished that only one mangrove in the whole world inhabits the tiger, and that is the Sundarban. And we are both proud that India and Bangladesh shares a common boundary, and where Indian tigers or tigers from Bangladesh side comes to India, and Indian tigers goes to Bangladesh side, because there is no tigers and other animals doesn't know about the international boundaries and other things. So there's a long-ranging animals, so they have to migrate for food and other things. So there is also other animals like Asian crocodiles, fishing cat, common otters. So I'm just going through very more slowly about some of these animals and some of their important aspects of their conservation. So first, as I am talking about mostly about the Indian wildlife, so Indian Wildlife Protection Act is there to provide protection to the animals. We have Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3. Majority of the high-end animals get the protection under Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. Then we have IUCN Red List. It's an international category. So as list LC means least concern, but as soon as we go towards right, we'll get the importance of the animal or the species goes. So if an animal is critically endangered, it means that it is on the verge of extinction. Then extinct in wild, some of the animals have gone extinct in wild declared recently, but so, and there might be some having some population in some ponds or some temple, like some turtles, especially these black-headed turtles, which is found in some portion of Chittagong and other thing. This was previously thought it is extinct in wild, but fortunately, some population of that turtle have been found in Assam and some parts of India, and now there is a captive breeding going on. So it is now removed from extinct in wild to critically endangered. Then CITES is a convention on international trade. There is a trade going on the some of the animal body parts and another thing. So majority of the Indian fauna are listed in Appendix 2 or 1. So they get higher priority. So Appendix 1 and 2 species are mostly not included in trade list. But unfortunately, majority of those animals are in high demand in the international trade market or wet markets. So first thing first, what comes about our mind in India about the Sundarban, is it a tiger or the bug? So this is a like capture photography capture of a tiger from WWF, and this is the one of the major way of counting the tigers nowadays. Previous method of pugmar counting has been abandoned. Now more reliable this camera trap methods is used, and this is like the stripe pattern of the all the tigers are different like our fingerprints. So that's why this technique is used, and it's extensively, in the whole India. It's like covering a huge area from uh, Rajasthan to Arunachal Pradesh, and from Uttarakhand to Kanyakumari or Tamil Nadu. It's like a huge area, huge manpower is needed to do the study. And fortunately, I was in part of that project in Assam and Uttarakhand also. So I am fortunate to have gave fortunate to contribute for the conservation of tiger in a little way in my. So the major threat what our tigers are facing, it's the demand for live animal, international demand for all body parts. Just mentioning that international demand is for all the body parts of the tiger. You see, it's like in all the Chinese traditional music, they use all the body parts: bone, hair, skin, testicles, fat, everything, flat, everything is being used. So this is the main cause of depletion of tiger, because the demand is in China or in Southeast Asian countries, and the tigers from India and Bangladesh are being poached ruthlessly by this like I can say organized group of poachers who are operating internationally gang. Because in Southeast Asia, it is like all the tigers have now, most of some of the parts like Vietnam, Thailand, they have all wiped out. Majority of these tigers have been wiped out. In China, they have very less wild tigers left in the wild. But unfortunately, they have tigers in their some. They have a captive breeding program of tigers. They have a huge production of tigers there, but it's all cage tiger. But in a wild, India is having the largest population of tigers in the whole world of this Bengal tiger. And you see tigers in Sundarban, it's a difficult terrain and difficult way of living. So tigers eat everything. It's as per the tiger specialists or the local people, they say that tiger eat everything. Tiger eat crabs, tiger eat fishes, tiger eat dead human bodies, tiger eat dead carcass, tiger eats snakes also. So some evidence have been found that tigers have eaten venomous snakes also, like king cobra and cobra, and like, so this is like huge thing. The tigers have been found to have very diverse food habit. So there's a tiger management thing that in Indian part, people forest department has where the tiger conflict is higher, they have covered those islands. Some of the islands very close to the human habitation have with nylon nets, but sometimes still tigers come out, and because sometimes tigers due to injury or due to some physical condition couldn't take or do the hunting by their own, and they have to come to the village to lift cattle and other things. And sometimes they also kill humans for food purpose. So this is one incident where tiger is trying to come out of this net area, and forest department staffs are trying to bring it, sending it back to the jungle. Look, look at the guts of this person who are just staying close to a tiger and trying to shoot him off. So this is a big well, a big applaud salute goes to those person who are sitting on this boat and trying to drive away the tiger in a very critical situation. So in this is a like tiger coming out. So in PCF, what we have done in Kaziranga, Assam, which is also having a huge population of tiger in Northeast India. So there's a huge conflict between tigers and especially cattle lifting. So what we have done the modification of this existing cattle shed with killing fence like this way. Previously it was like open with bamboo thatch. Now it is covered with fencing, and We have nearly constructed around 300 cattle sheds in some conflict prone areas, and fortunately we had after that no cattle lifting had been reported from these sites. So it is like a huge relief for the people, because cattle, in if the cattle goes inside the forest, there is no problem, because it is a like cattle grazing inside the national parks is not allowed. But if the cattle come, tiger comes and leave the cattle, it's like a big loss for the people. So it's like a huge project, huge successful project. So in areas where cattle lifting is prominent, in Bangladesh or India, this model could be replicated in a small way to see the efficacy, then can be restored or can be applied in a large scale. Then we have Gangetic River dolphin, or we call it in Bengali Shusuk. This is IUCN category 1, and the problem is that it's mostly fresh water, but sometimes they come close to Sundarban area, because Sundarban area there is a mixture of fresh water and salt water. So majority of these animals are facing problem of river pollution, killing for meat and fat, and disturbance due to anthropogenic activities, because in Sundarban lots of vehicles like boat movement is going on, and that like a huge problem for these animals in the animals are facing in this area. So then another dolphin had been reported from Sundarban, that is Sushuk, another Sushuk, this is called Irrawaddy dolphin. This is also is a huge population of Irrawaddy dolphin is found in Chilika Lake in Orissa. This is also Schedule 1 animal, and see the difference, it doesn't have a snout. And Irrawaddy dolphins can live in both freshwater and salt water, and it has been reported up to some extent up to Hooghly river in the like quite a few distance they have covered up to Hooghly district in West Bengal, Irrawaddy dolphins. But the major problems what these animals are facing is the killing for meat. This is the like in from some parts of India, they killed getting killed for meat and other purposes. This there is a demand for the meat of the food, fat of this animal for some some purpose, and meat is also released by some people, and sometimes there is a mishandling of these animals. And this is I found in WhatsApp, people had taken a small baby this thing, and eventually it got killed. So this is like a very bad situation, and unfortunately people have taken a video and uploaded in TikTok or something. So this is like they thought that is like a big issue, big achievement to hold a dolphin like this. So then smooth coated otter is there, generally called in Bhodor. And in Bangladesh, some parts there is a tradition of fishing with these otters. I don't know whether this still being practiced, but last time what I have seen in a BBC documentary is like huge technique or huge bonding between the man and the animal. But in India, it is Schedule 1 species, and it is like keeping animal as a pet is an offense in India. But still, in some parts of Bangladesh, I think that practice is still going on. But this is like a big, like you can say, coexistence between human and wildlife. Then the fishing cat or the mechaviral or bagrol, it is a state animal of India. It's a highly prized animal and Schedule 1 animal. And demand for the skin is the main problem, and there is retaliatory killing. Like some ponds, fishing areas, they get some disturbance due to fishing of this animal, and sometimes people get killed. And roadkill is another problem for this animal. And this is like one small project is going on in West Bengal by Tiasha Adha, one lady researcher who is doing excellent work, and some footage from her work. This is not from Sundarban, but some close to Howrah area. So they have camera trapped, and they have a very good initiative. But Sundarban also, I think, in near future, some projects on fishing cat is going to get started soon. So fishing cat is a very big cat, and it's a carnivorous. So it is also hunter. So it also not only feeds on fish but also sometimes feeds on poultry animals. That's why the conflict starts. When it try to kill poultry animals, then the problem starts. Then common prawn civet is a very common animal we can see, and it's close to it lives anywhere. Even in Calcutta town also we see lots of civet cats. The demand is what a demand for fur, meat, and the scent gland. They have a very scent gland, and that scent gland have some properties. They said that they have some medicinal properties, and for this scent gland, for the this is being hunted down. Then Indian flying fox. I want to tell you that though there is some concept of disease transfer, but in India there is no such, or India or our country, our Bangladesh. Uh, as such, no evidence is found that they can spread COVID-19, because even if there is a chance of COVID-19, because we don't consume the meat of the bat as such, as large. So that's why we are not getting very close to the animals properly. Yes, some genetic diseases being carried by bats, which is okay, but it is not true that they are carrying. It is not exactly true that they are carrying the COVID-19 virus. So people, I will request people not to cut down the trees and other thing, because they are also helpful not only for pollination, but agriculture and pest control they are also doing. So this is like a small video. You can see this one big tree is being chopped down. This is mostly single tree, bombyx, and you see this how much animal lost their shelter. So consumption of wild meat is not desirable. So I will request all our friends to kindly stay away from bats. If you have a fear, you stay away from the animals. Don't try to touch him. Don't try to feed them, or don't try to go near them. But don't don't destroy their habitat in this way. Then northern river terrapin or Purakatha or Sonakatha. This is the female, and you see this is during mating season. The color reappears. It was previously thought that it has like gone extinct. It is mostly found confirmed from India and Bangladesh, and this it was rediscovered in Sundarban Tiger Reserve when they were trying to collect some eggs of olive ridley. They found 9 or 10 eggs which looks different, and they know that hatchling came out to be the hatchlings of Batagar Baska. Now in West Bengal Forest Department, with the help of Tiger Survival Alliance India, trying to recover this species. And in also Bangladesh, the same species turtle TSA is also working on this rejuvenating of this species. This is the only river terrapin found in India and Bangladesh, hunted down mainly for the meat purpose. This is a huge demand in the international or national level, both in India and Bangladesh. Is a huge demand for meat, turtle meat. You see lots of soft shell turtle are being consumed every in Indian part or Bangladesh part for meat purpose. So this is the one of the major threat for these animals. And fortunately or unfortunately, due to this this captive breeding program suffered a loss. And in India, we have these facilities is there where they are trying to do the soft release of these hatchlings, and hope that in fortune, if we are fortunate enough, so we will get the thing done in some near future. We will able to see the animals by our own eyes in the basking in the sun or some river beds in Sundarban. So this is a view from I think Bangladesh. This was female was kept in someone's house, and that lady was convinced by the TSA team, and she handed over this turtle to the scientific purpose, and she was bidding uh, bidding a goodbye to the member of their house in a way. So this is like a good initiative from the villagers who have given given the opportunity for the scientific community. So this is like a huge initiative from the TSA also in Bangladesh part. So it's like a transboundary movement. So it is possible that if both the project team is successful in breeding or and later releasing those offspring in the Sundarban Delta area, so we'll have a good population of Batagar Baska in the coming future. And as they doesn't have a very good like they doesn't have any boundaries, so those can come to India, and from India they can go back to Bangladesh. So it's like a huge opportunity for us. Then we have some green sea turtles, turtle which comes from Bay of Bengal to lay eggs or resting in the islands of Sundarbans. And then the green circle, green sea turtle is there. Then hawks bill sea turtle, both, and then there is this olive ridley. All these turtles are scheduled on species in Indian context, and there is a demand for meat of these animals, and also there is a problem of killing due to trawler movement or these shipping movements. This is one huge issue because nowadays there is a from international trade route going international sea trade route going through India, Bangladesh through Sundarban, and that might be a problem for the nesting sites of these animals. So if you see there's a one study by some of the team. uh, so if you see in Odisha, they have started plotting the movement of these animals, and they have found they can move fairly far away from the resting place or the mating sites. So it's we generally saw think that the turtles and tortoises are very slow movement, but you see that they can cross a huge area. Then we have Indian rock python. I have put the sign danger, even though it's like a non-venomous, but it can constrict you if you encounter the animals in your area or while doing the field work. Be alert, because it can constrict the prey, or even it can constrict a human being. So nocturnal, there is a high demand for meat and skin, especially in Southeast Asia. They have a very high demand, and you can see this like there is also report of Burmese python from Sundarban, but Indian side we have mostly Indian rock python is reported. Then we have some snakes like banded crate. It's like a highly venomous snake. You can see this danger sign is given, and the one thing for this snake is that it is very easily recognizable. You can see these white and yellow patches, and then it does a good thing that it can also kill other venomous snakes. So it's like eating up a potentially one of the deadliest venomous snakes of India. This uh, Russell's viper. It is eating up a Russell's viper. So this snake not only eats rodents and other things, but also consumes other snakes. Then we have this kalach. In West Bengal, we call them as kalach or common crate. This is a nocturnal species, highly venomous, and the problem is that no, this is like nocturnal, being a nocturnal species, so it is very difficult to, and their fangs are very small, so very difficult to understand the snake bite. So if students and other are going for field work in a snake prone area, or especially during the summertime or this monsoon season, please carry a what I can say, a mosquito net. And because mosquito nets are one of the, not only you can be safe from mosquitoes and other insects, but also from the snakes. So I would request all the staffs, all the like field researcher, to have mosquito nets, especially during the summer season. Please use mosquito nets. Then we have very common snakes like keute or monocle cobra and spectacle cobra. Both of them are same more or less genus is same, but the species is different, and markings, head markings different in both the snakes, and easily distinguishable from the other snake. It has a hood, and you can see in keute you will have this one eye shape and two this black spot in the front, and in gokro you will have these spots, and sometimes these spots color variation is seen. So you have to be careful about this hood system. You have to look for this hood. and very aggressive in nature, and mostly it is active during the early hours or in the evening hours, so just after sundown. So it's better keep your houses or the field stations very clean. Use phenols or bleaching powder once in a week to get rid of the snakes. Then we have Russell's viper, common snake in West Bengal. Very active snake, looks like a similar to this cobra. Sorry, pythons, but this pattern is different. The body shape is different. Head is different. Head is more conical or in shape, and they are also like lethargic, but it can impart a very deadly blow or bite. It Whenever it gets frightened, it collides himself or itself into a S-shaped coil and strikes in a very lethal way. Then we have this spot-tailed red-tailed or spot-tailed pit viper. Or I think in Bengal it is called is Funi monosha. It is mostly found in Sundarban in North Bengal, and it is easily distinguished with this yellow color eyes and markings, white markings in the lip and a red tail. And so field workers if you are trying to collect leaf samples from the leaves, be careful while doing this thing, because these snakes are mostly arboreal. So before you collect the snake leaf samples, always try to look for the snakes, and if you see some snakes, you can beat the snake tree with some stick, so that the snakes can drive away from the tree. Then we have another very important snake which is called Shankochur or the king cobra, national reptile of India. This photo is not from Sundaman. This is from my personal photo from other place, and it's one of the largest venomous snake. It can only snake which can build a nest in India or whole world, and it can give release up to 600 milligrams of venom in a single bite, which is I can say which is enough to kill an elephant. I have seen elephant died due to king cobra bite in North Bengal and in Uttarakhand. One elephant, like one bite from a king cobra is enough to kill an elephant. So we have to be very careful. And Somajit Nandi, one famous naturalist, has captured so many beautiful images of king cobra, but you can see the color variation is there and the pattern variation is there. So if you see this variation and this variation are different. So king cobra in Sundarban, there's two morphologically the color variation is happening in Sundarban. So because maybe they are staying more in mud and watery area, that's why the color variation is there. Then one very big thing, that the first description of king cobra was from Sundarban area in 1836. Danish naturalist Theodor Cantor first described king cobra specimen, 3 captured in from Sundarbans itself and 1 in the vicinity of Kolkata. I don't know about the actual place of Sundarbans where he had collected, but it is written that he is collected from Sundarbans. So I do think that maybe close to Kolkata area or the West Bengal part, they have collected that. He has collected the specimens. Then we have saltwater crocodile or Crocodylus porosus, one of the largest crocodiles of whole world. It is found in India and Bangladesh and in the coastal areas of eastern Bay of Bengal, not in the Arabian Sea. So it is one of the apex predator in the Sundarban food chain, and successful breeding program is going on in Bhagavatpur side. And from 1981 to 2018, total nearly more than 600 crocodiles are released to the into the wild. So in after release, the chances of survival is low. So we have a very good population structure of crocodile in West Bengal. Majority of the person who goes for collection of this thing, fuel and other thing, they have regularly seen these animals, and in tourist also regularly sees these massive animals. Then this is like very common two massive structure of Somajit Nandi took, and this is from the area Sajnikali area. He has captured these photographs, and you see due to fighting they have both these have lost their one limbs. So this is like a huge fighting because of this, maybe of the territorial fight is going on, that's why. So then crocodiles of India, and it is true for Bangladesh also. In Bangladesh and India, we found generally three species of crocodile. This is Magar crocodile, then saltwater crocodile, and gharial. So no other gharial species or crocodile species is found in India and Bangladesh. And you see, this is a distribution map of Indian gharials and crocodiles and these alligators. So we have a misconception that alligators. So alligators are mostly from American alligator, United States. So in our study books also sometimes, in especially in the children studies book, we see these alligators. So if you encounter or if you come across this type of lines, please make sure you correct those things and tell your kids that okay, alligator is not found in our country, alligator is from some different country. We have crocodile and gharials in our country, in India and Bangladesh. So I think I'll have a show because one small clip about how these animals are doing hunting. So this is one small one big cheetal or spotted deer being killed by the crocodile. This is a saltwater crocodile. So this is by some travel group has captured these photographs, lucky fellows. So this is the thing. So with this thing I came to an end of this my lecture. I hope you liked it. I don't know, I have a very small presentation because you see, if I want to make it a large issue, like a huge issue, and conservation is a huge point. So that's why I thought that I will stop here and because it is you can talk about animals, wildlife for a whole day. So I have to conscious by talk in a small manner. I hope you liked it, and this is the end from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for enriching us with such a nice discourse. And we're now looking forward to have you with us in our future programs. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay,
Now,
thank you very much.
thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now it is the time for a small tea break. We'll start the next part of the session within 5 minutes. I request all my respected guests and my dear participants to join us after 5 minutes of break. We are still left with many important topics that are need to be discussed. We'll have our honorable guest, Dr. Bhulanat Mondal, sir, after the break. So we are requesting you all do not leave. We'll start this next part after 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all.
In this 5 minutes, we will display a short video where we will show our magazine. So I will request all the guests and the participants to stay. Apurvo? Yes. There is no sound in the video. Please do something.
A land which is no less than a land which is home to some rare species of flora and fauna, which is known for its largest mangrove forest in the world. The unique topography of the land, its climate, has made this land enriched with biodiversity. The Science Environment India, in association with the Termite Society Bangladesh, have taken an initiative to aware the community of India and Bangladesh throughout academic climate change. The magazine contains information about Sundarban of India and Bangladesh. With the present requirements, it has been estimated that within the next decade, much of the Sundarban will be flooded, and this devastating land will be submerged under the water. If this really happens, then where is possession home? We will lose this unique land? What will be our future? To think to it. But have we ever wondered what will happen if the present scenario of destruction continues to climate change? Well, maybe the world sounds clear to some of us, but the impacts are devastating. Increased temperature has led to changes in the sea surface temperature, resulting in intense cyclone over this land, increase in the incidence of flood, and many other related incidents. The magazine is a complete set of information regarding the Sundarban mangrove forest and how it acts as a shield against the natural disasters. Its unique wildlife, a general introduction of climate change, and how its increasing intensity is affecting this particular piece of land with respect to wildlife loss, agricultural activity, economic crisis, etc., and what are the possible positive steps that we can take to combat this problem. We hope this magazine will provide our readers sufficient information and make them aware about the upcoming crisis and will generate in them new thinking to combat with the future problems that are going to come about in future decades.
Thank you all for being with us even in this break period. I welcome once again all my honorable guests and our dear participants. Now, without any further delay, I would like to welcome our honorable guest, Dr. Bhulanath Mandal. Before that, I would like to deliver a brief introduction of our honorable guest, Dr. Bhulanath Mandal, sir. He is an assistant professor in Department of Plant Pathology, Pali Shikha Bhavana, Vishwabharati. He was born in Hiranmaipur, Sundarban region, West Bengal, India. Completed his BSc to PhD at BCKV in the duration of 1998 to 2008 and qualified NET. He has over 12 years of experience in teaching and research. He received many impressive awards like Best Prize for Agricultural Exhibition from Jalpaiguri Jila Parishad, Young Scientist Award from RKM Foundation, Rashtriya Gaurav Award from IIFS New Delhi, the Best Young Scientist Award from Pearl Foundation in Madurai. Mahatma Gandhi Lifetime Achievement Award from IIFS New Delhi, Best Academician Award from SAS Society Assam, Outstanding Paper Award, DST GOWB for developing innovative technology. He has honored as a fellow of SAS Society Assam and ISDS Japan. He holds many prestigious posts like a founder vice president of Kuch Bihar Association for Cultivation of Agricultural Science, founder assistant secretary of Society of Bioresource, Environment and Agricultural Research, chief advisor Hiranmaypur Agro Horticulture Society for Technology and Rural Development, member Kishanvani Program, advisory member for Birbham Prashar Bharati. Professional Director, Birbham District Central Cooperative Bank Limited. Editorial board member of reputed journals including Springer, magazines including the Termite Society, and a lifetime member of different academic societies. Dr. Mondal is associated with many research projects funded by different government and non-government organizations. He organized members of national, international conferences, seminars, as well as Kishan Mela for the welfare of the society. He published over 95 research articles, 13 books, 26 book chapters, 30 popular articles, and 2 booklets on various aspects of disease-based management, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable agriculture. He has supervised 6 PhD scholars and 12 master's students in the subject of plant pathology. Today, he is in between us to deliver his views on the problems and possibilities to conserve biodiversity of Sundarbans. I would like to request Sir to begin his discourse. Thank you so much. Sir, are you here?
Yes.
Sir, you may start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected chairman, chief patron, and chief guest, respected dignitaries present in this auspicious occasion, that is International Conference on Environment and Climate Change. Actually, environment and climate change is now a burning issues. Most of we aware more or less about this topic. I want to give some lights on it. Actually, I am the son of soil of Sundarbans, and that's why I have chosen this topic: problems and possibilities to conserve biodiversity of Sundarbans. Sundarban is the, all of we know that Sundarban is the world largest delta and world largest continuous mangrove forest, covering about 10,200 square kilometer. Under this, most of the part is under Bangladesh, that is 6,000 square kilometer, and Indian part is 4,200 square kilometer. And there are 2 regions where we see the mangrove forest, actually Indo-West Pacific region, and another is Atlantic Caribbean East Pacific region. In Indo-West Pacific region, our lovely Sundarban is situated. And this forest is
Sorry,
mostly.
sir. Sorry, sir, for interrupting. Sir, your slides are not moving, sir. It is in
Okay,
first
okay,
slide
okay,
only,
okay.
sir. Sir, if you can please stop sharing and share it again, sir. I think problem will be resolved, sir.
Okay, okay. From where I will enter again. Okay. What is what happening? I am unable to understand. Share. Map.
Yes, sir. Now only just share your presentation, sir.
So I am
Now,
unable to share actually. Okay, okay, just wait a minute.
okay, sir. Okay, sir.
কি করবো? Is it okay?
No, sir. We are just we can see your Google Meet tab only, sir. I
Okay.
think, sir, you will have to share your entire screen, sir, instead of sharing a window, sir. I think so.
আর প্রথম থেকে ঢোকো তো। Just left a meeting and then again join.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
আচ্ছা,
No issue, sir. Take time, sir. No
আচ্ছা,
issue.
এটা স্ক্রিন। আচ্ছা, then ওইখানে ক্লিক করতে হবে তাহলে। Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Please proceed.
Okay. Sorry for disturbing. Okay. Actually, Sundarban is the moist tropical sterile forest and comprising a mosaic beach of forest and tidal forest. And Sundarban is only mangrove forest where man-eater tigers and estuarine crocodile are there. And we have already we all know that the Sundarban has already declared as World Heritage Site and 27 Ramsar site in India, and also considered endangered during 2020 assessment under the IUCN Red List of Ecosystem Framework. And Sundarban is rich of biodiversity, and there is a large number of flora and fauna, faunal biodiversity, and it has already discussed by earlier work, earlier researchers or earlier presenter. And there are so many plants, mammals, species, birds, reptiles, amphibians, diversity. So I am not going deeper. And the Sundarban is a unique mangrove ecosystem, and there is a controversy of mangrove species. Uh, and true mangrove species I have collected from some books, and there true mangrove species has mentioned 30, mangrove associates 20, and mangrove species 12. And the sum of the mangrove plants, that is Bain, Posur, Dhudul, Keoda, Akra, uh, Jhamtigoran, Kholsi, Gorjon, Golpata are found frequently in different region of Sundarbans. And some are the threatened species, that is Sundari, Gawa, Golpata, Kalobain, Bon Lebu, and Lata Hargaja. And these are some important mangrove plants, and their propagules, flowers, etc., fruits. And we know Sundarban Biosphere Reserve is has 3 distinct zones. One is core zone, which is totally restricted access, and Sundarban. This is Sundarban Tiger Reserves, and Sundarban National Park is situated in this core area. And another is buffer zone. It is uninhabited but accessible for non-timber forest produces, and it is also reserve forest. And another is the outermost zone is transitional zone. It is inhabited area, and we know there are 102 islands in Indian Sundarban part, and among them only 54 islands are inhabited. And there are so many constants in Sundarban that has negatively affects to the livelihood of Sundarbans and the ecology and environment of Sundarbans. Actually, the coastline and foreshores on both sides of tidal rivers are under serious threats of erosion, and the river embankments are becoming vulnerable to natural catastrophes day by day. And you know very well that the communication is very poor. That is actually the bottleneck communication is one of the most important uh, constant. Then there is island-based settlement, poorly developed marketing channel area, and this area, total Sundarban area, is under serious threat of cyclones and floods. And inhabitants of these areas are very poor income category group, and there is a lack of substitute option for employment, because they are engaged in traditional skill for their survival, like fishing and cultivations, etc., honey collection, etc., with some exception also. And inhabitants are mainly depends on their traditional skills, and deforestation is one of the most problem, because there are so many mafias and wood pirates. They are engaged in tree felling, directly or indirectly, uh, and our Sundarban is destroying day by day. And large-scale deforestation for human settlement is another important constant, because uh, till now, um, miles of miles of forest are destroying by the mafias, and with some political issues also there. And for human settlement, they are destroying miles of miles Sundarban forest, which is also linked with rapid urbanization. And cyclone and storm is like that of a daily routine of Sundarbans. And during last 100 years, many storms and cyclones destroyed severely the ecology and economy of Sundarbans. From the storm and cyclone data, it is calculated that every years, average 4.4 storms uh, sweeps over the Sundarbans and destroyed the human dwellings and agricultural aspects and other parts severely. And farming is traditional type because they are engaged in only monsoon, the Kharif season cultivation, mainly Kharif rice, and by which they ensure their cereal grain for the years. Uh, that's why the net income is zero. Nowadays, humans are trying to cultivate Bodo rice with lifting of underground water, which is a very serious threat for Sundarban, because uh, the drinking water will be reduced, and seawater will be take the space of the fresh water by seepage method, and total Sundarban area will be the soil will be the uh, saline rich. That's why no cultivation will be there in future. And there is less scope of vegetable cultivation also, and that's why they have no hard cash in their own. And they erected the actually the at first the local inhabitant and then the government initiative taken to make embankment to protect the dwellings and the agricultural field from the saline water. But every year, due to natural catastrophes, the band breaks and the saline water move inside the village area and destroy the agricultural operations and human dwellings. As the agricultural aspects, agricultural production is very low, there is no option to the local uh, people to go into the forest for collection of oil, honey, for collection of fish, crab and prawn, and for collection of golpata to maintain their livelihood. And there are so many restrictions to entry into the forest. There are a net fencing and so many board mentioning that that caution board mentioning that anyone caught removing or tearing the net will be fined by 25,000. But some people have no other options. That's why they enter into the forest for fishing, collection of non-timber forest product, produces, etc. And before entering into the forest, they worship to jungle goddess Bonbibi to keep safe them from the tiger attack. And they are going for crab collection and for honey collection. They have entered into the forest land. And it is very risky. And honey hunting in Sundarban is very dangerous occupations and very interesting. There are so many honey hunters. Actually, they are known as Moule. In Indian part, there are thousands of Moules. They engaged in these professions. And buffer zone buffer zone is the place for honey hunting areas, and no other zone is suitable for honey hunting because core zone is restricted for prohibition, and fringe zone is there, but there is beekeeping and other things are doing by SHG and other government initiatives. And in Sundarban, we know wild bees, that is Apis dorsata, that is a big size bees are there. And flowering season is middle of March to middle of May. And honey collection time is 1st April to end of May. And there are different flowers, Khulse, Goran, Kaura, Toda, Bain, Gewa, Kakra, etc. And taste of honey is different for different flowers. And there are 5 bee offices in South 24 Parganas. And the honey hunters who wants to enter into the forest, they have to take a board license certificate, and then they enter into the forest for 15 days. They get pass for 15 days, and they collect spotted. They have actually spotted the hives, and then collect the honey, and then come back. And they sell this honey to the West Bengal Forest Development Corporation Limited, and 50% and 50% they sell outside for more profit, actually. And there are some negative impact of some livelihood options. Actually, the Sundarban is under physical disaster owing to non-scientific and excessive human interference. A collection of tiger prawn seed and fishing is one of the most important of them. And actually, post-emergent seedlings mortality by the village women is a major setback for afforestation program. And digging of holes to collect crab and gule fish is also another point. And fishing through Bedajal method causing trampling of mangrove seedlings. Domestic animal grazing inside the unreserved forest area is also cause hampered for seedling raising. Establishment of brick industry in riverbed, parking place of boat, excavation of riverbed for making bath, roads, bricks, etc. And unauthorized conversion of riverbeds for refugee colony, funeral or burial places, or a playground, or for establishment of fisheries or hotels, shops, etc. are some important negative have some important negative impacts. Conversion of brackish water river to sweet water sources for irrigation or for fish culture is another important things. In our Indian part, there are so many rivers that's converted, and biodiversity has lost. A construction of unscientific ring embankments to protect human dwellings is also have some negative impact. And poaching of wild animals, tree felling by the pirates and mafias, wood mafias, and underground water lifting is are some important things. And tourism, there is now we are using ecotourism, but the tourists, those who are coming for seeing the natural beauty, scenic beauty, they are sometimes with happiness, they breaking the tree branches, trampling the seedlings, and throwing non-degradable articles in the rivers and in the forest. And they also sometimes using a sound box and also machine boat. That is the boat sound of boat is also harmful for forest environment. And sometimes mixing of kerosene oil or petrol oil to the river is also have bad impact on Sundarbans. These are some pictures. And mangrove and the importance of mangroves in the livelihood of Sundarban peoples is many. Actually, Sundarban has have a wide range of bioresources that often enormous economic benefits both productive and protective. Here, timber forest producers are totally banned for collection, but non-timber forest producers like honey, wax, carp, fish, mollusks, prawn, and shrimp can be collected by the fishermen or honey hunters from the permitted area of forest, and also the tourism, ecotourism. That is, it is actual time for October to February, because other times is for breeding time for the animals. That's why it is important to maintain this time. And by this ecotourism, there are so many livelihood options. That is tourist guide. Man can earn through tourist as a tourist guide, or establishment of parking lots, or tourist supplying tourist board, or uh, uh, lodging and fooding, arrangement of lodging and fooding, or showing the cultural programs like Dukhe Jatra, Monsa Bhasan, etc. And there are so many ethnic culture of Sundarbans, Bon Bibir, Pala, and Doyal Manik Pirer Gan, etc. There are so many. And selling of traditional articles like traditional and local articles like honey, moa, nolen gur, palmyra palm gur, etc. by Deccanat. And also mangrove plants have a wide range of medicinal values. There are so many mangroves used by the local practitioners or the moules or baules, those who enter into the forest and injured by crocodile attack or tiger attack or other things. They use different kinds of mangrove plants as medicines. And also Arjigor Medical College has taken a patent. I have forgotten the name, mainly Gorgon, maybe Gorgon, for diabetes, to cure diabetes. And there are religious beliefs. There are so many goddess and heroes and heroines, like goddess and god, like Bono Bibi, or Sajangali, or Monosha, and Lokindar, or there are so many, so Sosti, etc. And religious beliefs plays an important role for conservation of flora and fauna of Sundarbans, as well as it increase the communal harmony of the local area. And also Sundarban gave natural protection from the natural catastrophes for the Sundarbans, inhabited area of Sundarbans. Then what will we do? And what will be our duties to protect the Sundarbans? There are so many possibilities to reduce the over dependence of the local people to the forest. For this, we can go for awareness building programs among the local peoples. And there are so many SHG. These SHG should be strengthened, and new SHG can be formed, and it may be male and female SHGs can be formed, and they have to be trained for awareness, mass awareness build up among the local people. Actually, we don't know what is the need of the local people. So at first we need a need assessment study, and it should be using participatory rural appraisal or participatory learning and action methods, and by which we can search of their alternative income generation sources. And this income generation sources, for this income generation sources, we can give training to develop new entrepreneurship for the rural youth, so that the over dependence to the forest will be reduced. And we can talk with government for there are so many project is running, like MG NREGA, we can converge the program with the program conducting by different NGOs or different people personally, and for repairing bond or cultivation of grasses or nursery creation or land development, etc. And it is important to build up capacity uh, through training or other means uh, for the rural youth, and we can establish pushti bagan or nutritional garden to the economically weaker sections of Sundarban areas for their home consumption only. And for all, we can use this because we know about the bad effect of pesticides. And if we use this pushti bagan or nutritional garden organically, so we can avoid these pesticides that harm our health and also environment. And beekeeping is another important aspect. I will show you a success story in next slide. And every year there are so many storms and flow of saline water pours over the inhabited areas, and siltation of pond is there. So desiltation or re-excavation of pond is important for encouraging the local people for scientific pisciculture. And mushroom cultivations or landscaping and integrated farming model developed by Nimpi Ramkrishna Ashram can be used. Afforestation program can be taken, and climate resilient agricultural practices like zero tillage method of cultivation practices, organic cultivations, or moisture conservation agriculture can be used for these areas. And this is the success story of honey hunters. There are 150 honey hunters trained by Nimpi Ramkrishna Ashrams, AICRP on honey. And because honey hunters, honey collection from forest is very risky job. And there are so many widow villages because men who enters into the forest for collection of honey, they can attacked by tigers, and sometimes they killed by the tigers. That's why if we give training for cultivation of honey, that is apiculture, for apiculture, then it can be avoided. So in Nimpi Ramkrishna Ashram, they trained 150 honey hunters, and by forming 3 SHGs, and each having 500 colonies, means beehives, bee box. And within 60 days, they extracted 35 tons of mangrove honey, and after that they sell it by different ways. It is a bonoful oiled honey. You are seeing this bottle, and there are so many cooperatives and banks. They can give loan to the SHGs for apiculture or honey cultivation. And seedling raising, or that is mangrove nursery, can be a important sources of income for the local people. Actually, mangrove seeds are float long distance and short distance. That means short distance movement and long distance movement of mangrove seeds are occurs, and that seed can be collected from the riverbed, or seed can be picked from the trees, or we can use propagule cutting or stem cutting or air layering to raise mangrove seedlings in nursery. And we have tried
Sir, your mic is muted, sir.
এতক্ষণ ধরে বললাম।
No, sir. Just now only it is happened, sir, due to
আচ্ছা,
some
ওকে, ওকে।
technical error, sir.
না, না, আচ্ছা, এটা ঠিক আছে। এটাতে দিলেই আচ্ছা, ওকে, ইট ইজ ওকে।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
চলো। Actually, when actually we do not have depend on seeds, floating seeds, we can use stem cutting or propagule cutting for preparation of nursery of mangroves. And we can protect vegetatively the river embankments from natural catastrophes. There are so many grasses, shrubs, and trees by which we can protect our river embankment. That's Napier, Kaas, Ulu, Durba is the local species that can be used in the upper portion of the embankments. But vetiver bark khaskhas is alien species, but it can be used because its root system is very important. It has both floating roots and deeper roots, so we can use vetiver grass, but we have to cautious about the local species. And bonjui, that can be used in the upper portion of the embankments to protect the embankments from the water waves. Grasses like dhani grass, nona palong, that can be used in riverbed, and hetal or horgoja, hetal trees or horgoja shrubs that can be planted in the riverbeds, because hetal and horgoja both are spiny, and it is very much difficult to enter across these plants. And gewa gewa is important species because the seeds of gewa float in the tidal water and sink along the banks, and creating a natural barriers. If you see minutely, then you can understand easily that there is a natural barrier of gewa along the river banks. So mass propagation of suitable grasses or trees or shrubs can be done to protect the river embankments. And these are some pictures, that is first bonjui and durba grass, and also there is some horgoja, kanta horgoja, and this is the nonapalok, and also durba grass and nonapalok is there. And in dhani grass on bed rivers we can use, but see here unscientific way of soil excavation of soil is another problem, and by which the dhani grass land is destroyed. And guiababla, that is Prosopis julifera, is another species, but it is a alien species, and it is very important. I have seen recently, I have gone to my house, native house, 15 days before, and seen that there was a river, Goran Bosu river, which is connected with the Gosova river, that means Vidyadhari river, and this river has blocked by the Bandh for sweet water sources, and the whole uh, mm, chore, that means the um, riverbed has has captured by people uh, by different political issues, and there are so many guava trees, and there is a very minimum one or two species of Abyssinia species, and all other species has gone, maybe due to their allelopathic effect. So we should careful about the plantation of alien species in Sundarban areas. And last two pictures is the way of protection of river embankments locally. Men are trying in Jos, during Jos, men are trying to protect their bonds by polythene covering, and also there are some bamboo made
Sir,
structure covering.
sorry to disturb you. Actually, we are running little bit shortage of
Okay, okay.
time.
I am
So,
just completing or one or two sentence by.
okay, sir.
And
Okay, thank you,
community
sir.
participation, this is my conclusion. Community participation and their opinion is the best way for biodiversity conservation. Alternate livelihood options for the rural youth and women can reduce forest dependency. And for sustainable management, participation of all key stakeholders, public awareness and campaigns, and reduction of forest dependency, forest monitoring and execution, ecological restoration and regeneration, adequate public policy, uh, adequate disaster management program, scientific research and planning are the prime factors for biodiversity conservation and livelihood management of the Sundarban areas of West Bengal. I am very much thankful to Termite Society and Hariharpur Friends of Environment for giving me opportunity to say something about this topic. And as a son of soil, I have some duties to return back something to my native areas. I have already started working with local people through different local NGOs like ACIDS, News, Hiranmaypur Agro-Horticultural Societies, and others, and also some government agencies, and also our university for different aspects of livelihood management and biodiversity conservation. There are so many reportings regarding this in daily newspaper or Doordarshan, All India Radio, and local media. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You have really added a new dimension in our knowledge. I hope all our participants have enriched their knowledge with the speech given by sir. Now, we are very happy to have you with us today, and we are also looking forward to have you with us in near future programs. Now, before I move to our next honorable guest, I would like to inform all our honorable guests and participants that the inauguration session and the magazine release video is uploaded in our YouTube channel. The link will be provided in the chat box soon. Now, myself, Ananya Chatterjee, I will host from here in this session. So, I would like to welcome our honorable guest, Dr. Niladri Das, to enrich us with the valuable knowledge regarding the assessment of variation of land use or land cover and its impact on land surface temperature of Asansol subdivision. Now, before I ask him to deliver his speech, I would like to say a few words about him. He is currently holding a position of an assistant professor in the Department of Geography of Hiralal Bhagat College, Nalhati, Birbhum, West Bengal. He has completed his PhD from Vishwabharati Shantiniketan in the year 2017. He attended so many national and international seminars to contribute his research thought. He wrote a book on cartography in Bengali version, which helps students to learn digital mapping through hands-on practice. He has a keen interest in groundwater hydrology, digital mapping, and remote sensing. That's why he is now engaged to do research on different aspects of groundwater hydrology, and most of his research published on Scopus and Web Science Indexing International Journals. His most recent research on COVID-19 pandemic and air pollution entitled Asymmetric Nexus Between Air Quality Index and Nationwide Lockdown for COVID-19 Pandemic in part of Kolkata metropolitan India has been taken by WHO in their database. For the learning purpose, Dr. Das has created a YouTube channel named World of Geography Hiralal Bhagat College, which helps to revisit his class not only for the students of his own college but also other colleges in West Bengal. He is also a life member of Indian Institute of Geomorphology, IIG, Allahabad, and the Institute of Landscape Ecology and Acoustics, Kolkata. Now I request him to enrich us with his valuable knowledge. Sir, I request you to begin your speech. Here I am handovering my mic to you. So, sir, thank you. You start.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to all. And first of all, I congratulate Haripur Friends of Environment and Termite Society Bangladesh to organize such kind of environmental management or environmental conference to enhance or to manage our environment from different pollution. Previously, the guest or the who delivered their speech about the various aspects of Sundarban, but I am presenting some different aspect regarding the climate change. Firstly, I want to say that how much time do I have?
Sir, 30 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay. The topic of discussion is some different from previous lecture, because in this presentation I would like to present the changing climatic condition based on the modern technology, because we are here at the at the age of the modern technology, and here I use the technology of remote sensing and GIS, or basically the space technology, to identify the different aspects of the climate change. And for this purpose, I have taken Asansol subdivision as my test area, because as we know, the Asansol subdivision area is the large industrial area of the eastern India, where ISCO, Durgapur steel plant, Chittaranjan locomotive, Durgapur thermal plants are all present here. And due to this huge industrialization and urbanized area, the day by day temperature has been widely increased. So the basic objectives of this research is to detect the land use and land cover change over last 20.
Sir, sorry, sir, for interrupting, sir. Your slides are not moving, sir.
Okay.
No, now it's okay, sir.
Okay, just I'll show the I will not show the entire slide. Just I'll show this slide. Is it okay?
Okay, sir. No issue.
Okay, so first of all, the basic objectives of my research to present to detect the land use land cover change over last 23 years, and to assess the spatial as well as the temporal variation of surface temperature with the changing of the land use and land cover. And the third one is to establish the correlation or the relational analysis between land surface temperature and other spatial indices like NDVI, NDWI. It's all the remote sensing indices, which I will show you later, and to predict the temperature for the region for the year 2040. And we actually want to predict the spatial temperature or increasing temperature in this area in the 2040. And this is the location of this study area. For this study, actually I use two types of satellite images. As we know, there are different types of satellite images are available in the world from India and from the NASA. So actually I used here the satellite images which were provided by the USGS Earth Explorer in collaboration of NASA. And here I have used two satellite images, that is Landsat 5 and Landsat 8. Landsat 8 is the latest satellite images of the NASA, and it has been provided by the USGS Earth Explorer. And as we know that satellite images combine different types of bands, where Landsat 5 comprises 7 bands and Landsat 8 comprises 11 bands. And here I have used band 6 for Landsat 5 to extract the temperature from of the surface. And for Landsat 8, I have used here band 10 as the thermal band to extract the temperature for the year 2018. So here two year has been taken. One is 1995 and 2018. And the entire study is a methodological and scientific study. So here, this is the methodological framework how we can extract the land use and land cover map from a satellite image. Here, 3 types of method has been used here. One is pre-processing, processing, and post-processing. During the pre-processing, we have corrected some atmospheric error like cloud cover or noise cover, etc. And during the processing time, we have used different pixel for the identification of different objects of the study area. And in the post-processing, we have validated the land use land cover map in the particular study area, because we have to know how the land use and land cover map are correct or correctly classified to us. So here, for the correct classification of the land use land cover map and to validate the land use land cover map, kappa coefficient or the kappa statistics has been used here. This is the basic formula of the kappa statistics. To run the kappa statistics, we have taken 2 types of data. One is correctly classified data and another is not correctly classified data. And based on the correctly classified and not correctly classified data, we have validated the land use land cover map in this study. And this is the table presentation of the kappa coefficient, where the map land use land cover map of 1995 shows 81% correctness, and land use land cover map of 2018 shows 88% correctness. After preparing the land use and land cover map, we are now extracting the land surface temperature or the surface temperature from the satellite image. It is a long but easiest process to extract the surface temperature from the satellite image. As we say that for the Landsat 5, we have used here band 6 as the thermal band and band 10 for the Landsat 8 images to extract the surface temperature from 2000 for 2018. And this is some methodological steps which I am going through it. The first step, second step, there are methodological steps, and ultimately from the last step we can get the LST or the land surface temperature from the satellite images. And entire calculation of this extraction of the satellite surface temperature, we have used here ArcGIS software, and you can use also the different open source software like QGIS or Quantum GIS. There we can also extract the land surface temperature using different satellite images. And not only the geographers but also the environmentalists also now they are using this type of softwares to extract the land use land cover, to extract the climatic data, to extract the temperature, precipitation data also. And this is the methodological framework for the extraction of the land surface temperature from different thermal bands. Now, as we say in the objectives that we are presenting a correlation between different land surface temperature map and different spatial indices of remote sensing, like NDVI. But actually, NDVI is the normalized differences vegetation index, where we can identify the vegetative area or the water area. So with the help of 2 bands like near infrared band or red band, we can easily extract the NDVI map from the satellite image, and we can get from the NDVI map different values, like the values which are closer to 0, it refers to the barren rock, sand or snow, or low positive values are corresponding to the grassland or surf areas, and while the high positive value indicate the tropical rainforest. So higher the value in the NDVI maps shows the vegetation area, and lower the value in the NDVI maps shows the water area. Likewise, the NDVI, there is also an index that is called NDWI. It is actually the water index, normalized differences water index. In this indices, we can easily extract the water bodies from the surface, like the pond, tank, or lake or rivers, we can extract easily from these indices, where the values it varies from -1 to +1. The values corresponding to the -1 is actually the settlement area or the vegetation area, but when it is to the corresponding to the positive value or high positive value, it indicates the water bodies area. So NDWI is also an important parameter to show the relationship between the water bodies and the land surface temperature. And the next indices is the NDBI. It is also an important indices to identify the urbanization effect. Environmentalists can use these indices for the identification of the encroaching or the expansion of the settlement in an area. This indices is called normalized differences building index. Actually, it shows the building pattern or the expansion settlement area in a region, where to identify the NDBI, we can use here the mid-infrared band and near-infrared band. Previously, I saw a table where the different band combination has been show here, thermal band, near-infrared band, or visible band. So with the help of this different band, we can easily calculate the different remote sensing indices. So this work is not very hard work, but the process is long and it needs a software to calculate this type of indices. So from the NDVI value, we can get also the -1 to +1 value, where the 0 to 1 value correspond to the built-up area, which I said previously, and the value near to the 1 indicate the high density of the built-up area. So an environmentalist can easily identify the impact of the urbanization in an area on that particular region with the help of the NDVI indices. So in the next slide, I am showing you that how we can predict the upcoming land use land cover change map or upcoming land surface temperature map. For the prediction purpose, here I have used artificial neural network model. It is a kind of machine learning or artificial intelligence model, which is an inbuilt model in QGIS software. So a QGIS software is an open source GIS software where an environmentalist can easily analyze the different types of satellite images and can identify the environmental changes throughout the world. So in QGIS, we can predict the land surface temperature for the year 2040 using 3 different data set. One is the initial data of land surface temperature, final data of land surface temperature, and one is spatial variability index. Spatial variability index basically refers to the river proximity index or road density, road frequency map of that particular area. So here, this is the map of the land use and land cover of the Asansol subdivision. So, so in this map, we can find that the gray area is the industrial area and the black area is the coal mining area. As we know, the Asansol subdivision is well-known coal mine area. So here, the black portion is the coal mine area. If we look that in this gray section in the northern part, that it is the greenery part. In 1995, there was a vegetative area, but if we look this part in 2018, if you can see that the entire part is now in black. That means the vegetation area has been distracted by the coal mine area, and greedy human being totally destroy the vegetation for the extraction of the resource. So here in this part also, in the eastern part also, we can see that some agricultural land and some little bit of vegetation land is now converted into the coal mine area. So coal mine area or the mining problem is the big problem in this region, and it is the main cause to increase the temperature of that particular region. And if you look the expansion of the temperature, expansion of the settlement area, you can see that this part of settlement now increased to that part, that the increase of the settlement area also responsible for the increase of the surface temperature. So if we look at the change map of the land use land cover from 1995 to 2018, we can see basically the change map change of this land use land cover can be seen from vegetation to settlement, from vegetation to coal mine area, from settlement to industrial area, from wasteland to industrial or wasteland to settlement area. If we look the positive and negative changes of different parameters, you can easily see that settlement, coal mine, fallow land, industrial land, vegetation are somehow increased. Here there is interesting fact that vegetation has been increased from 1995 to 2018. That is because after the increasing of the surface temperature, the local authority and the state government has get an initiative for the plantation in this area, and huge plantation has been occurred during that time. If you look this map, you can see that in the southeastern part, where there was a settlement in 1995, now it is a vegetative land. So a large number of plantation has been occurred in that place during these 23 years. So here vegetation shows the positive change. But if we look the negative change of the parameter, you can see that agricultural land has been drastically depleted or drastically replaced by the industry, coal mine and the settlement area, and water bodies also become decreases, and that's why the NDWI value become decreases. So it is a main factor for the increasing of the surface temperature in that region. And wasteland also negatively negative effect here, because wasteland is now converted into the industrial and the coal mine areas. And this is one two figure where shows the increasing of the coal mine area in different grids of the region. So you can easily see that this region here, the coal mine area is now concentrated in some pocket area because the depletion of these coal resources, and the eastern part of this region is now at a large times it can be extracted the coal. So it's time to show the land surface temperature pattern in this region. So if you look the temperature pattern in this region, you can see that the highest temperature increases in this region is 41 degrees centigrade during summer season, and 26 degrees centigrade in the summer season, the lowest temperature. And if you see the winter temperature, you can also see that winter temperature is 26 degrees centigrade highest, and lowest is this 16 degrees centigrade. If we look the highest temperature, we can find that the highest temperature found in the coal mine areas, where the coal mine is located, the temperature has been increased. And the industrial area also shows the highest temperature in this region. Industrial areas, the settlement areas shows the highest temperature increasing region in that particular study area. And this is the temperature increasing pattern during 2018. It was the 1995. In 2018, the temperature increases in the summer season 45 degrees centigrade and winter season 33 degrees centigrade. So huge number of large quantity of temperature has been increased in this study region. Here, some cross-sectional analysis has been tried to implemented here. So for the cross-section analysis, some cross-section has been drawn here. And if we look the cross-section analysis, we can see that the temperature mainly increases in the coal mine unit, in the industrial unit, in the settlement unit, and in the wasteland unit. So according to the hypothesis, it can be said that the temperature basically increases in the coal mine, settlement area, wasteland area, and the industrial areas. And this is the cross-section analysis of 1995, and this is the cross-section analysis of 2018. In 1995 and 2018, the same scenario can be seen, that temperature increase the some particular land use land cover unit. It is the relational analysis between the land surface temperature and other remote sensing indices, where we can see that with the NDVI, land surface temperature shows a negative relationship, because with the increase of the NDVI or the vegetation increasing of the vegetation, the land surface temperature become decreases. Here the R square, you can see that the R square value or the determination value is 72%. And where NDWI also shows the negative relationship between the NDWI and LST. It also means that with the increasing of the water bodies, the land surface temperature become decreases. But if we look at the NDBI or the building index, it obviously shows a positive relationship, where with the increase of the settlement area or the urbanization of this area, the land surface temperature gradually increases. And there are some two other relationships, that is NDBI and NDWI. That means with the increasing of the settlement, vegetation become decreases, because vegetative part is now converted into the built up area. And also we can see that with the NDWI, Also, it shows the negative relationship that with the increasing of the building or the settlement area, the water logging areas or the pond areas become decreases, because pond area has been replaced by the built up areas. Now, it is the predicted temperature, which I have previously said that the predicted temperature has been plotted by using artificial neural network model with the help of the QGIS software. So this predictive model shows the temperature of 2041. It is not 2040, it is 2041, both summer and winter season. In the summer season, if we look, the temperature will be increased up to 52 degrees centigrade, and maximum temperature, and the minimum temperature will be the 31 degrees centigrade in the summer season, and in the winter season the temperature will increase up to the 39 degrees centigrade in the winter season, and lowest temperature will be the 22 degrees centigrade. So this is the actual scenario, and this is the predicted scenario of the Asansol subdivision. Not only the Asansol subdivision, the region which consists the huge industrial belt like the Chotanagpur plateaus or the Calcutta or the major metropolitan cities where the air quality is very poor. This area also been characterized by the high increasing of the temperature. So in last, we can say that in last 23 years, the maximum and minimum summer temperature has been risen by 0.5 degree centigrade and 0.01 degree centigrade, and during the same time the maximum minimum temperature increases by 0.19 degree centigrade and 0.005 degree centigrade. So this kind of study today is very much important to predict the temperature of future temperature, so that we can control or we can manage this kind of environmental pollution or environmental climatic change, because we are living at the edge of the global warming or the changing climatic condition. So in this era, we have to think, or we have to judge our environment with we can judge our environment not only with the theoretical concept but also with this type of technological overview. If we take different satellite images and if we use different statistical and machine learning techniques, we can easily identify the present climatic condition, and we can also project the future climatic condition. So we will be aware and we will be more conscious about our environment, so that we can protect our environment from the different climatic changes or with the different types of climatic hazards like cyclone or acid rain, etc. So the environmental awareness is required to save nature in such an urbanized and industrialized environment with effective management, and such kind of measure must be deployed in this kind of region. Thank you. If you have any question or if you have any query, you can ask me. I will try to answer.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really wonderful. I hope our participants have learned a new technique to find out which area should they study, and they can use this innovative technique to study the climate change and many other relevant environmental factors. Thank you so much for this nice speech. Now, I would like to welcome our
No,
next honorable guest.
sorry, Ms. Chatterjee. There were one question is there in chat box.
Okay. Uh, okay, can you please place the question here? Just a minute.
Sir, here written that I have a question regarding kappa index calculation. What was the corrected map that you have compared with?
Okay, it is a very good question. To compare the kappa coefficient, you can get the ground truth from the Google Earth image, or you can visit the field and you can take the GPS and you can take the real data from the ground and you can compare with your classified map. So for the classification purpose, you can use the Google Earth image for the real object. So you can compare the real object with your classified object. Okay, I'll show the NDWI formula in my slide. Okay, just 1 minute. I'll show you. For the calculation of the NDVI, actually, na? Is it NDVI or NDWI? It is NDVI. Okay, for the calculation of the NDVI, we can use the near infrared band and the red band. So this is the calculation. One is minus, one is plus, then it will divided by this those band. Okay, I will show for the Landsat 5, the near infrared band is 4 and the red band is 3. So you can use band 3 and 4 for the calculation of NDVI for the Landsat 5 data. But when you using the Landsat 8 data, you can use band 4 as red band and band 5 as near infrared band. So before the calculation of the NDVI, you must look at the band combination, and or band information, what kind of band you should use for this calculation. And for the Landsat 5, Landsat 4, Landsat 3, these types of band are different. So before the calculation, you just look the band information from the Google or from the USGS Earth Explorer site. Is there any other question?
No, sir. There
Okay.
is no other question. And thank you so much. Hope we will have again a nice session with you in
Okay.
our near future programs. Thank you so much. So now I would like to welcome our next honorable guest, Dr. Mohammad Firoz Zaman sir, to enrich our knowledge on climate change and biodiversity decline, a general talk about how climate change is affecting biodiversity. Now, before I hand over the mic to him, I would like to say a few words about him. Our honorable guest, Muhammad Firoz Zaman sir, currently holding the position as a professor of zoology at the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. He is currently focusing researches on wildlife like amphibians, reptiles, birds and mammals, animal ecology and protected area management, conservation biology, environmental issues, environmental impact assessment, identification of bioresource loss, and environmental and ecological baseline survey. He is also interested studying primate ecology and behavior of the organisms, and completed his PhD in the field of primatology from Primate Research Institute at the Kyoto University, Japan in 2010. He also completed his undergraduate and graduate course in the Department of Zoology at the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. He is also actively involved in wildlife and protected area conservation and management in Bangladesh through awareness creation. Dr. Jaman sir achieved more than 65 publications in the peer-reviewed journals from both national and internationals. He is supervising a good number of MS, MPhil, and PhD students. He attended more than 50 national and international conferences and workshops. In 2020, Dr. Jaman sir got a national award, Bangabandhu Award for Wildlife Conservation 2020, for the best achievement in education and research on wildlife. He also provides community services for nations through his research works and consultations. Now, I would like to request him to begin his discourse and deliver his valuable speech to us. Sir, now I'm handovering the mic to you. You continue.
Thank you very much for introducing me. And first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Titash Parvez to share the presentations. I have some slides and I will talk. This is a general talk actually that I told, not the research outcomes. Some of the points I have the research outputs in these slides. Hello, can you hear me, please?
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Sir, I am presenting your slides, sir. Please give me.
Okay, please give the full screen, then I can see. Could you make it full screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, maybe okay. Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thanks the organizer, the Hariharpur Friends of Environments and the Termite Society, Hariharpur Friends of Organization in India and Termite Society in Bangladesh. This is a jointly organized e-conference. I think this is a good opportunity for me to join here and to give some speech for you. And I would like to thanks Mr. Titash Parvez. He is continuously communicating with me for giving a talk. Uh, this is the climate change and biodiversity decline. I would like to say about this thing something. And this is the burning issue, no, the climate change in the world. And it's really making too much problem in the country now. And in future, I think it will make more trouble since temperature is increasing in the globes, and because of the industrialization, and this is very common, and we everybody know about these things, but we sometimes we could not realize these things and could not believe these things. So next, please. This is the climate change. We know what is the meaning of the climate change, right? This is the statistical distribution of weather patterns. The previous presenter said about how the temperature is increasing, how the global temperature can be estimated using the very good software and techniques. And this is very important research, I think, and burning issue in the world. And changing the climate is the big problem and big questions now. And then everybody in the world is thinking about these things. And now is we are very much concerned about the COVID-19, but climate change is also the big issue. And many people and many environment are destroying because of the climate changes in the world. Next, please. And this is the general thing that when we are emitting the temperature and adding the temperature in our globes, in our environments, environmental average temperature will increase. This is the very general phenomena. And if you see this diagram, you can understand that how temperature and the the climate has been changing, and the concentrations, representative concentration of the pathway. So if you see these two diagrams, two maps, the first map is the minus 2 degrees centigrade when it was 2 degrees centigrade, and when it was when it became 11 degrees centigrade, you can see the scenario of this. The RPC become 8.5. So RPC is actually increasing with the increasing of the temperature with the over the time period, and this map is from 1986 to 2001. And from these pictures, we can imagine how the temperature is going on and what the environment is, what is happening in the environment. And if you see that the polar bears here in the another pictures, the polar bears is trying to escape from a piece of ice, right? Because this ice is melting because of the increasing of the temperature. And also the fur. So please next slide. This diagram and this you can see the many different things. This is not the research outcome of mine, but this is the very general phenomenon what is happening in the world. Increasing temperatures. When increasing temperatures, the habitat become lost. Due to the melting of the sea ice, and because of the melting of the sea ice, sea level also increasing, and that also covering the terrestrial habitats. So terrestrial habitats is also reducing. Changes of the zooplanktons, zooplankton abundance. When temperature increases, zooplankton abundance is also increasing. And changing sex ratios of the leatherback turtles. This is the one of the examples. The losses of the wetland habitats for breeding and feeding. Feeding of red nodes, not only the red nodes, here I give the examples, but also the many for the many organisms, particularly the organisms living in the small.
Sir, you have become mute. Oh, sir, it's mute. Please put your mic on.
Oh, sorry. How can it happen? I don't know. So I don't know from where the audience cannot see me. Changes of the precipitation, so loss of the wetland habitats for breeding and feeding of the many organisms. For example, the red nodes, and the amphibians, they breed in the small water, shallow water. When rainfall is stopped, and they breed in they spread their ovum and sperm in the small water, all are destroyed because of the discontinuation of the rain. And and also and it is a big problem for them, and many the many organisms who are living in the small water, shallow water, they also destroyed when there is a drought. And that due to the climate change, weather conditions also shifted. And sometimes we have heavy rain in the Asian region, sometimes heavy rain in the western region, sometimes heavy rain in the American regions, South American regions, and it is happening in the world now. If you look at in the Germany now, these days they have a sudden flood. Actually, this is unexpected for them, and why these are happenings. But if you see in Canada, this is a very cold country, right? But we can see heavy forest fires, and many organisms are destroying due to the forest fire. Even the human people also become vulnerable because of the forest fire. And also the variation of rainfalls affecting breeding success of many organisms, many marine organisms, many freshwater organisms, that I am telling you now. And for the sea level rise, it also making the trouble for many organisms, including the human beings. If you look at the coastal areas, you can see, particularly in Bangladesh, recently happened in Khulna regions and Sundarban regions, right? When sea level increase, many terrestrial lands inundated, and many areas become locked due to the marine water, and it enter in the human habitations. Actually, the humans people. That's why we have think about how can we solve these problems, and what should we do. And actually, the people living very close to the sea level, when they are affected, they have the big claim, because the why government is not making the dams, right? They're locally called berry baths. When berry baths, constructing berry baths, so they naturally the sand erosions, and the sand coming with the water cannot spread over the lowland. And when you stop the coming the marine water in the plainlands or in the lowlands, and these lands is the getting more lower compared to the upper side, compared to the seaside. And because if you see in the another pictures in the slides, you can understand. I am coming next, please. Oh, here, this photos is very interesting, but very pathetic for us, and because they two polar bears, they are very much anxious about that, how they are surviving because of the melting of the ice lands. And this is why this has happened, because of the increasing of the global temperature. Next, please. And if you see the biodiversity, particularly the wildlife diversity in the country, in Bangladesh, and also in the the world scenario saying that we have more than 8,000 species of amphibians and more than 11,000 of reptiles and more than 9,000 of aves and more than 6,000 of mammals in the world. Next, please. This is a huge biodiversity that we have now, but the question is how this biodiversity will survive, will continue if the temperature is increased and forest fire is going on and sea level is rising continuously. And this slide saying the status of the wildlife in Bangladesh. We have now 59 species of amphibians according to the IUCN category, and 10 species already become threatened, but no decline yet. But well, some species are really waiting for the extirpation if the natural hazards is going on. And if you look at the reptiles, there are more species of reptiles become threatened, and one already extinct. You know, the saltwater crocodiles is no more in our Bangladesh territory, and large number of birds also become threatened and also extinct. And in case of mammals also, 36 species of mammals. Mammals, you know, they are large animals and very conspicuous. Easily people can see them. And when the environment, there are big impact the environment and also the forest fire. So large animals become more vulnerable than the other animals who can fly away. But mammals cannot fly away. So they are very vulnerable, and already 11 species of mammals from Bangladesh territory has already declined. So next, please. And we are also thinking and how we can save the existing wildlife in Bangladesh. And because if the temperature rise is going on, and also the people's the people's also depending on the forest, large number of people depending on the forest, and many people also cutting the trees and also destroying the habitats of the wildlife. And these species, you know, this is very pathetic because we can see these species in the photos, but no, they are not in our wild conditions. Next, please. And this diagram showing that how the impacts how the impacts of the habitat changes happen on the wildlife, how wildlife is impacted actually because of the changing of the environment and their habitats. And then this is very when habitat destroyed, it is very difficult for the wild animals to survive, to live in the environment. And some species are really very struggling because they do not have enough habitats to live and to breed safely in our environments. Because these days, many people have interventions in the forest, and also because of the increasing of the temperatures, it also creating the problems for the plants diversity, and also the phenology. That's why there is a food food availability problems. When food availability problems, so many wild animals cannot breed successfully, cannot breed normally. So next, please. This is the one examples that I want to say here. Water birds, climate change also impact on the breeding of the water birds. How it happens? You know, this water birds is depend on the waters for food, right? For fish or for insects, for other animals. When temperature increase, food ability also decrease in the water. And say when food ability decrease in the in their nesting territories or nesting sites, maybe on the bank of the rivers or on the bank of the sea, they cannot breed properly. They cannot perform their breeding activities properly. And that is also the problems. And also the increase, the egg fertility also depend on the temperature. When temperature increase at a certain level, so egg fertilizations does not happen. And then the for the marine turtles is hatching of the eggs is very sensitive with the temperatures. When temperature increase more than 35 degrees centigrade, egg cannot be hatched, and all the eggs become destroyed. So it is also the problem for the other animals other than birds. So next, please. So this is the diagram, the how temperature creating the problems, different kinds of problems. So when temperature increase, what happening? Um, Desiccation of the frog eggs laid in the soil and increase the deadfall mortality due to the insufficient of oxygens or insufficient of the waters that I told before. The many tadpoles, when I go to the field, sometimes I can find thousands of millions of thousands of tadpoles destroyed, died because of the drying of the small shallow water. If the rain come on the regular basis, normally happen, normally raining during the rainy seasons, then tadpoles it is possible to survive the tadpoles. But these days, what is happening? Sometimes there is no rain for 15 days, and the rain start, and after sometimes again rain stopped. So due to this is happening because of the climate change. I think the increasing of the temperatures. And also the habitat loss. We are losing habitats because of the increasing of the sea levels that I already talked. Next, please. Change in marine and coastal areas. This is very regular and very pathetic, and also so world people are really, Bangladesh government as well is very anxious about these things, and we are thinking how can we solve it. And this is not the problem for one country, it is a problem for all the country in the world. If sea level increase, and many things will be destroyed, habitat will be destroyed, organisms will be destroyed, habitat will be destroyed, and the soil condition will be changed, and also the the human livelihood will be, in fact, will be affected very seriously. So it will, if human will be affected, it will create the social problems or also the environmental problems as well. Next, please. This is one of the research that we did in Tanguar Haur of Bangladesh. This is the northeastern side of the country. This is a very big house. So we found that there are many frogs died. So we made some surveys and conducted a research, and we tried to find out, look at why these frogs are died, because when we surveyed and we did research, we found that there are some fungus grows in these areas and these fungus making the problems on the aquatic animals like frogs, toads, and also on the fish. And we found some kinds of fungus that are very deadly affect the on the effect, and it's the responsible for the mortality of the frogs in that area. And next, please. climate change also affect the bird migrations, and this is really we can these days and these years we found that usually the migratory birds in Bangladesh they visit from November to March. Sometimes they also stay in April, but these days sometimes they stay until the April, May, and June. And I think this is because of the climate change, because these birds, these migratory birds are thinking, maybe thinking this is the good place, Bangladesh is the good place to stay until the April or May, because of the increasing of the temperature in the northern pole, I think. So next, please. And forest fires and flooding these days that I already told. This is the scenario happening in Canada. This is the big problems. This is the cool country, but these days forest fire is happening because of the huge increase of the temperature, high temperature, and why we can observe the high temperature in Canada, because the climate change, because of the climate change, I think global temperature, because of the increase of the global temperatures, and sometimes sudden flood is precipitation, and sudden flood is coming in Turkey or in Canada, and sometimes the Middle East, and also sometimes the Middle East is the hot country. Sometimes we can find the snowing happening in the Middle East. Next, please. And this is the scenario that recently happened in Bangladesh, in Khulna region. So the sea level rise, water is entering in the human habitation area, and because the human habitation area is the lower land, and comparing to the sea levels, seashore levels, because in the seashore levels there are many, due to the siltations, land also increase. But if we do not make the dam or berry path, I think these siltations spread out over these areas. So if these siltations if spread over these areas, these lands become also increased, and I think is the people or the these areas does not affect much. Next, please. So what we should do now, that is the ranges. This is the the changes in the timing of the event, such as when the tree come into the lift of migrations arrive, and we know the genetic diversity also changing, when morphological changes of the plants and animals also happening, depend on the many different things, and larger egg size is also happening. Egg cell become thinner sometimes, and behavioral changes such as relocation of the bird nest also happening, because due to the unavailability of the foods, unavailability of the fish in the marine water, so that the many organisms are becoming extinct. So what should we do next, please? What should we do for these things? And we have to think about how can we decrease our or maybe stop rising the global temperature. We have to think alternative way of burning the fossil fuels, burning of the oils. We have to think about the sorry, next, please. So these are the problems also. We have to think alternative way, and I already told about these things, the problems of the bird migrations. My bird also cannot sometimes understand when they should come and when they should return back, because of the increasing of the temperatures, because of the changing of the habitats. Next, please. So this is my talk, a small talk, a general talk. But my conclusions is that we have to think about the use of the fossil fuels. Now, what we should do, and we have to think the solar energy or we have to depend on the solar energy to decrease or to keep constant of the temperature or to keep lower of the temperature for the saving of the world, for the saving of the globes, for the saving of the life, and for the saving of the biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your such wonderful address. Sir, I expressing my heartfelt gratitude to you for your enthusiastic presence and such a significant presentation on climate change and its impact on different areas, like on biodiversity, on environment, and as well as human life. Hope all our participants now can relate the consequences that might occur due to climate change with special reference to biodiversity. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views to us. We are looking forward to having you on our journey, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, from here, I myself, MD Titash Parvez, will continue the session as a session host till the end. Now, I would like to welcome our next honorable guest speaker, Dr. Ritobroto Mullik. Our honorable guest, Dr. Mullik, is a life member of the Indian Science Congress Association. He holds certificate of proficiency in swimming from National Swimming Association and senior diploma holder in fine arts from All India Fine Arts Association, and has received National Eminent Academic Leader Award 2020 by National Institute of Organized Research. He has completed PhD in Environmental Science from Jadavpur University and Master of Science in Environmental Science from University of Kolkata. Dr. Mollik holds a postgraduate diploma in Business Administration from Symbiosis Pune. Dr. Mollik has a teaching and industrial experience of 15 years in environmental science. Dr. Ritobroto Mollik has published 16 research papers and 3 book chapters till date. He has also published several research articles, research reports, newspaper, articles, and proceedings in reputed journals, magazines, newspapers in the field of environmental science. So, sir, now I request you to convey your speech here. The mic is over you, sir. You can continue, sir. Can you hear me?
I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
But I'm not visible, I think.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can you just help me out in this?
Sir, you are still not visible, sir.
Okay, so I'm trying to just share my screen for the presentation, but that is more important.
Okay, sir.
Is it visible?
No, sir. Your presentation is visible now, sir.
Yes, sir. Now it is coming, sir.
Okay, okay. Just let me know whether it is in full screen so that I can start.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So should I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue,
Okay.
sir.
So yeah. First of all, thank very much for the Friend of Environment and the Termite Society Board for organizing this two-day international conference, because from the morning we have listened to many things. many important things which are neglected, which are not observed by us or the surrounding people. People may be talking about global warming and climate change. These words are very known, but in depth, what is practically mean and what are the impacts? There are some points. So why I have chosen my topic like this is a past, present, and future, because past is very much well known what happened. Present we can understand what is happening, but the future we are not able to understand now. It will be because we are having some point views throughout the world, right from the Southeast Asian countries, right from African countries. Now it is in the US, Canada, North America, South America, Europe, Greenland, Iceland, all these sectors. So I will try to put up something, some points, so that you can get some idea about this. So this is my uh, this affiliation. I am Dr. Ritabrata Malik. I am assistant professor in Department of Environmental Science, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior, India. So I have just made some small content because I just want to share some views with you that what is basically climate change and what do you understand by vulnerability, because this is very important. We are vulnerable, and what are the impacts, views, and finally the adaptation and mitigation. So the my past is like the vulnerability, what we have done, what is climate change and what we have done to that. Next will be the impacts. Impacts is the present, what we are doing, what are the views we are getting on that. And finally future will be the adaptation and mitigation, how much we are adapting, how much we are mitigating, how much we are acclimatizing ourselves. That will be reflected in future. So coming to climate change, as simple as it is, from morning we have already changed the climate a lot. I'll just put some points that climate change is alteration of natural phenomena like precipitation, radiation, temperature, wind within the natural system, causing significant changes to various ecosystems, be it in water, be it in forest, be it a grassland, be it a desert, be it in snow, every kind of ecosystem, and especially socioeconomic activities where all the human resources are there in the world for a long period of time. Climate cannot be changed within a day. Today morning it is raining, it does not mean that it will be raining for this week, but it's a long term basis. A minimum of some years is required so that we can get the idea of climate change. But nowadays the local climate change is very much effective. It's not in the global perspective but the local. The climate of the region depends on the presence of water or absence of water. Whether you are getting water, whether you are getting surface water or groundwater, whether you are getting saline water, marine water, we are getting riverine water, you are getting more rainwater, all depends on that. Then reflection of solar radiation. How much radiation you are getting, how many solar days you are getting. Is it the 365 days you are getting sunlight or not? Ability to transfer water to the atmosphere, how the water cycle is going on, how the hydrologic cycle is working, the capacity to store heat, topography, texture of the region. It is very important whether the land is undulating, whether geographically it is very much uplift, whether it is a plain land, whether it is a semi urban area, rural area, whether near to forest or away from forest, whether it is a geologically seismic zone or not. So many factors are there, and that's why there are different air pollutants added to the atmosphere which influence temperature, visibility, and precipitation, as well as other climatic elements. It is very important. From the morning we have learned about different effects of air pollutants, how they are affecting the local climate. Air pollutants has done a lot of change. The climate of the earth, particularly the mean global temperature, has been changing at different time scale, and these changes are has directly related to the biosphere in terms of species level change or other changes. Now it can be at the micro level, it can be at a macro level. In micro level many species are there, small, medium, large. In macro scale also there are wildlife, there are core forest zone where we can find the more wild animals. How they are changing? If I take the example of some these cat family species like tigers, they were found near the Kanchenjunga National Park, near this North Bengal region, but they have shifted. They have shifted Newra Valley region. They have shifted. So because of the local temperature is increasing, sometimes we forget that yes, in hill mountain area, it's not that mountain means always very cool pleasant weather. No, because of the pollution, because of the vehicular movements, because of the local climatic change, these areas are also becoming very hot. So the species which were very much cold loving, they have to shift. So that's why migration of animals impact on the biodiversity is very much visible. Now here in this picture, we can see the past. As I mentioned, the past of the climate change. Past means what is happening, what was happening and what has been happening. Changing rain and snow pattern, shifting the rainy days, the monsoon season changing, changes in animal migration and life cycles. Migratory bird, it's a very important example. Migratory bird, many parts of our world, many in India, also in Bangladesh, many areas are there. In Southeast Asian countries, many areas are there. However, Siberian birds, mostly from the very cold area, they used to visit in as a migratory bird, but their uh, path is changed because of the temperature change. There are less snow and ice. We are having the ice at the top, but not at the lower part or the bottom part because they melted. Thawing permafrost, that is another issue. More droughts and wildfire. Wildfire has increased, as we know, Amazon, as we know, the Australian bushfire, as we know, many parts of the world nowadays. It's happening. California, northern part of Chicago, and in the southern part of Los Angeles, many parts are there. High temperature and more heat waves. We are learning about more and more heat waves. Temperature increase. The temperature was 40, 45, 46. Now it has become a 50, 52, 55. So it is changing. Damaged corals. Great Barrier Reef, Australia. Many corals in the near the Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep. So this damaged. Coral bleaching. This term was not known at the past. Nowadays we are learning about these things. Rising sea level. We all know that sea level rise is a very important factor in terms of the global warming is concerned, climate change is concerned. It is happening every day, every week, every month, every year, every decades. It's happening. Warmer oceans. Ocean temperature changes. We know about the OTEC, ocean thermal energy change. So this thing has been used to develop more renewable energy, but now it is becoming an issue related to climate change. More stronger storms, windstorms, cyclone, more super cyclone, especially in the Bay of Bengal region. It's happening for nowadays. It's happening very frequently, and ultimately changes in the plant life cycle. Plant life cycle has changed. Pteridophytes, they are modified. The different types of orchids, they were used to grow in the rain-fed regions, but they are not growing right now. Wild orchids have reduced. So this thing is happening. Now, what is the present scenario? Present scenario is definitely social and economic impact of climate change. It is very important. The cost of adapting coastal areas to rising sea level, relocation of whole towns. We are shifting human migration. We are shifting from one city to the other. We are shifting from one village to the other. Villages, rural areas are becoming urban. Semi-rural areas are becoming semi-urban. So it is increasing. We are going towards the forest. We are going towards the ocean, sea. We are going towards the coast. Mainland is expanding. Shrinking productivity of harvest, less production, less harvesting. That is causing huge damage in the food supply. As a result, there is food crisis. Prices of basic foodstuffs and consumer goods will rise. Definitely. It is, if there is no production, where there will be the supply. If there is no supply, more will be demand. If the demand is high, you will have to increase the price. Otherwise, the production will not be there. The who is supplying will not be surviving, especially during the pandemic, and for last 1.5 years, more than almost 2 years now. So it's happening. Extreme meteorological phenomena will cause widespread poverty. Poverty is already there, it will further increase. Diseases will spread due to the higher temperature. Not only higher temperature, the higher temperature, the thermophilic and thermophobic, these kind of bacteria, germs, the virus, the fungi, they will further grow. More viral diseases will expand because the temperature 25 to 35 degrees centigrade is concept is there, but now the temperature is increased, so more thermophilic microbes are more there. They are increasing. Fresh water will be in short supply. Definitely, the drinking water supply is very much at a cost, and one of the, if we see the cities of the world, one of the most famous cities like Beijing, like Istanbul, these cities are under threat. Cape Town, you all know, in South Africa, 2 years back, they have to sell the water because the government has to sell water to everyone because there was no water. So this will happen. Water scarcity. We'll see the zero water day. It's very near. More wars to gain access to limited resources. People will be try to occupy others. Fights are on. If somebody is carrying a jar, a bag, this bottle of water, another person will try to snatch that because this thing will come. People will not access to the water, and water will become the concept for the next world war. Loss of the capacity to work due to heat, more heat stroke, sunburn, skin burn, it will happen. You cannot work on the road during daytime because of the temperature increase. The heat waves, duration of heat waves has increased because of the climate change. So these are all happening, and this thing is already known to all. This COVID-19 that has the present climate change is definitely a factor, and this is the future. If we are not very much cautious today, if we don't try to control ourselves today, if we don't try to restrain, change the scenario of our climate, this thing will happen. A turtle is consuming a plastic bag. Plastic bottles are at the base of the ocean. This is just a small picture. This is just a small portion we are seeing in the world. This is happening, and this will be the future. Recently in Japan, you all know the Olympics is going on right now. So they have also released a picture that what will be the future if we don't change the scenario. IPCC is there, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So as per the IPCC report published, predicted alterations due to extreme climate changes resulting from natural and anthropogenic activities and socioeconomic development have huge potential for disasters. Number of disasters has increased, be it man-made, be it natural, because both are linked somehow. A small change in climatic conditions may disrupt agriculture, sea level, rainfall pattern, and can cause shifting of seasons. Now we see, we previously when we were young in the childhood, when we were in the schools, we used to learn that there are these kind of seasons: 5 seasons, 6 seasons, 7 seasons, 8 seasons. But the seasons has changed. Now it is summer, less summer, long summer, more summer. Summer is summer, less cold. Winter has been lost. So winter can be called just like less summer. There is no summer, so that's why it is winter. Monsoon has changed. The duration has changed. Earth's average temperature has risen by 0.8 degrees centigrade over the past century and is projected to rise more in next 100 years. It is an alarming time for the next generation also. Various oceans and glaciers of Earth have experienced some major alterations: acidification of seawater, melting of ice caps, and increasing sea level. These things are happening regularly. Due to changes in the precipitation pattern, severe heat waves, windstorm, excessive flood, severe drought are observed in many places. The change in climate is a slow and natural process, but due to interference and mismanagement, practices accelerate the rate of climate change, which the world is facing as greenhouse effect, ozone layer depletion, and acid rain. Due to the temperature increase, we cannot survive. We are not able to survive in heat, more hot temperature. We are using AC. Usually, previously, there was one AC in a room, in a house. Now, every room has AC, centralized AC. In office premises, you have AC. In your lab, you have AC. In your institution, you have AC. In your house, in your AC. In your car, you are having AC. Now, people are already saying, why you are traveling in a two-wheeler? Why you don't have the AC? So, they are covering that. So, the increase in CFCs, chlorofluorocarbon, has increased. Yes, people are saying that we are modified. Now we are emitting less amount of this chlorofluorocarbon, but it is there. It's not zero. So there are greenhouse effect. There are carbon dioxide. There are methane. They are absorbing the heat. They are increasing the local temperature. They are working as greenhouse gas. So it is very much there. Ozone layer depletion is also there. It's coming 16th September will be another year. We'll be celebrating Ozone Day. But really we are doing all those things needed to stop this thing. Now, for centuries, atmospheric carbon dioxide had never been above this line. This line 1950 level, 300. It has crossed current level 400 plus. So it is very much alarming. And it is ever increasing. You can see the steep growth. It is not a curve, it is a steep growth. So this graph based on the comparison of atmospheric samples contained in ice cores and more recent direct measurements provides evidence that atmospheric CO2 has increased since the Industrial Revolution. It is being collected. The data has been by Vostok Ice Core data by J.R. Petit et al. So as per these database, the graph is being plotted. Now coming to the vulnerability assessment, how we can assess the vulnerability of all these things. So assessment of vulnerability can be determined in terms of predicted impacts. What are the impacts we are predicting in coming years? Risk, how much risk I am in or my society is in. And capacity of adaptation, how much we can adapt to these changes, how much we can adapt to these climatic changes so that we can survive in coming 50, 100, 150 years. So it is in a particular area due to abnormalities in climatic condition, extreme rainfall, extreme heat, extreme drought, extreme flood, all these are extremes. So as per the fifth assessment report of IPCC, climate change vulnerability covers a variety of concepts, including sensitivity or susceptibility to cope and adapt. Now, vulnerability to climate change is a risk of adverse things happening. Adverse things, what we are trying to get, that the opposite thing is happening. We are predicting more rainfall, there is a less rainfall. We are predicting a flood, where there is happening a drought. So that is quite big changes. So it depends on certain factors, vulnerability, like exposure, how much you are exposed, sensitivity, how much sensitive is your area, and adaptive capacity, how much you are adapting. Suppose there is a monocrop culture, so whether you are changing into multi-crop culture. Suppose there is a wasteland, whether you are converting the wasteland into a green land. Suppose there is an open cast mine that has been done, so how you are doing the mine closure plan, how much mining closure is done to get into the greenery, more greenery. Exposure, how much you are exposed. Exposure is what is at risk from climate change. Like population is definitely under a big risk. Resources, food resource, more agricultural products, rice, wheat, different types of fruits, vegetables. Now we can see the deformed fruits, deformed vegetables, the growth is less, the quality of food is very much poor, and ultimately the property, land area. So this is very important. These are the very much exposed areas which are highly affected due to the climate change. It is also the climate change that an affected system will face, like sea level, temperature, precipitation, extreme event. This plot is being from the US coast. So you can see that there are super cyclones that in that case you can say the hurricane is there. So that is increasing in number. Next is the sensitivity, the biophysical effect of climate change. Changing crop yield, agricultural outputs, runoff, energy demand. It considers the socioeconomic context like the agricultural system. Grain crops typically are sensitive. Manufacturing typically is much less sensitive. So ultimately we can get that vulnerability is a function. So more exposure and sensitivity increase vulnerability. More you exposed, more you are sensitive, you are most vulnerable. More adaptive capacity decreases vulnerability. If you are compatible with that, if you have acclimatized the situation, you have changed yourself, then you can decrease the vulnerability. You will be less vulnerable. When there is heat wave, you are not going outside, so you are not exposing yourself. So there is less chance that you are affected by the heat stroke, sunstroke. So you are safe like that. At present, everyone is saying the SMS, the sanitizer, mask, and social distance. If you maintain this, you will be just keeping yourself in a shield from the COVID-19. So like these things, you are less vulnerable in that case. An assessment of vulnerability should consider all three factors. The current warming trend is of particular significance because most of it is extremely likely, more than 95% probability. So to be the result of the human activity since the mid 20th century, and proceeding at a rate that is unprecedented over decades to millennium. Earth orbiting satellites and other technological advances have enabled scientists to see the big picture, collecting different types of information about our planet and its climate on a global scale. This that there are three types of scales: so micro scale, macro scale, and a major scale. Like this, the global scale, if we see the scenario, then we can get that collecting different types of information. This body of data collected over many years reveals the signals of changing climate, how it is changing, how the things are there. So one of the major reason is greenhouse gases. Now if we see that power stations are one of the major sources, it is providing 21.3%. Waste disposal and treatment is 3.4%. 10% is land use and biomass burning. 10.3% is residential and commercial and other sources. Fossil fuel retrieval, processing and distribution is 11.3%. Agricultural byproducts is 12.5%, and transportation is 14%. And finally, the industries are 16.8%. So these are the contributions from different sectors which are changing also the climate. Carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide are also different types of greenhouse gases that are causing damage. So what is the present scenario? Present scenario I have divided into two parts. One is the impact and one is a view. This is a picture of Antarctica from. So the ice are melting, huge chunk, like several kilometers long chunk. These are being broken, these are being damaged, and that is increasing the sea level, which is a not good sign. Impacts of climate change is typically the effect of climate change, like the biological systems. If we say, it can change in productivity, quality, population, or range. And for society, impact can be from the income, uh, morbidity, mortality, other measures of well-being. So if we put it some pictures, heavy precipitation, it has increased. Iceberg melting, high temperature because the GHG is increasing, and the sea level rise. These are the projected impacts. If it's 0 degree centigrade, the food 1 degree centigrade possible rising yield in some high latitude regions, and finally at 5 degree centigrade increase, falling yields in many developed regions. So that it is in the red. So it starts with a green color, becoming yellow, then orange, and finally red. Red is danger. So water, small mountain glaciers disappearing regular basis. Second stage, it is a significant fall in water availability. And third stage, the sea level rise threatens major cities. Again, ecosystems, extensive damage to coral reefs. It is if 1 degree centigrade increase, and if 2 to 4 degrees centigrade increase, the rising number of species face extinction. More underwater undersea creatures will be extinct. Will not get a picture of them. Nowadays, we watch the National Geographic. Nowadays, we watch the Discovery. We watch the Animal Planet. They show different types of animal lives, the plant species, the corals, different types of this mollusk under the water. But they will come if the temperatures keep on rising like this in climate change. Then in future there will be no like that kind of TV show will be possible. That because there will be nothing to left. Rising intensity of storms, more number of storms, forest fire, drought, flooding, heat waves, increasing risk of dangerous feedbacks, and the changing climate system. It's there. So, earthquakes, disasters number have been increased. More earthquakes, more cyclone, more volcanism, more tsunami happening. Number of earthquakes are increased, floods increased, cloudburst increase. Atmospheric CO2 content is increasing at a rate of about 1.5 ppm per year. The pre-industrial concentration was about 268 ppm. Now it is more than 400 ppm. This is a picture of Lakshadweep, which is under severe threat. Climate change can affect the water quality, as I already mentioned. Reduced hydrologic resources leads to degraded water quality. In effect, increased investments in wastewater treatment. We need more wastewater treatment plants. Higher temperatures reduce the dissolved oxygen content in water bodies. So one day, these kind of islands will vanish. There will be no island. A January 2017 NOAA report suggested a range of GMSL rise of the gross mean sea level 0.3 to 2.5 meter possible during the 21st century. And also there is an average pH decrease by 0.1 unit, which affecting the coral, and they are dependent because they are more becoming more acidic. Species loss, shifts in ranges and changes in algae, fish abundance, and high altitude oceans, lakes, earlier migration of fishes. This is a picture from the Arctic region. They are facing huge amount of indigenous communities problem, major economic and cultural impacts. This is a picture of Gangotri Glacier. In 1780, the glacier was in that position. You can easily see 1935, 1956, 1964, 1971, 2001. So it is changing, and it has been predicted that it will be totally gone by 2035. So Gangotri Glacier is just, it is the going backwards. It's not coming forward, but it is going backwards. Over the last 100 years, the global sea level rise about 10 to 25 centimeter. Sea level rise over the last century and sea level rise scenarios for 2100. So if we see the scenario in 2100, now we are in 2021. Now it is 2040, 2060, 2080, 2100. You can see the change. India has 16% of global population. It only has 4% of total water resources. Rise in precipitation intensity and vulnerability in extremes will have impacts for a range of sectors, including the water, resource management, urban planning, agriculture. The sharp rise of average air and ocean temperature due to global warming is leading to series of natural calamity, including super cyclones, hurricanes, Irma, etc. Before the industrial revolution, if we go backwards, the level of CO2 was less, as I already shown. It is now faster industrialization. CO2 concentration will be around 490 to 1260 ppm by the end of 21st century. But it is to be kept in mind that if the greenhouse effect was not there, GHE or GHG was not there, greenhouse gases were not there, temperature of the earth could have been minus 18 degrees centigrade. So we will not able to survive minus 18 degrees centigrade. Observed global temperature with natural greenhouse effect is 15 degrees centigrade plus, where we can survive. But predicted surface temperature with greenhouse warming is plus 33 centigrade. So where the temperature is 10, it will be 43. So then we will not be able to survive at all. So greenhouse effect is there, should be there, but in a limited way. It can only be possible. So without natural greenhouse, there will be no life. So it is only possible if we control the climate change. So there is a distinct change in the pattern of rainfall worldwide. In India, the rainy season is getting drifted by almost 1 month. In Cherrapunji, Mawsynram receiving less rainfall. 20 to 30% species may be at risk of extinction from climate change impacts within this century if global mean temperature exceeds the 2 to 3 degrees centigrade relative to prior industrial level. Climate change effect on health, definitely vector-borne diseases are more: malaria, dengue, yellow fever, encephalitis. High temperature with favorable rainfall patterns, prolonged disease transmission, seasons in some locations where certain diseases already exist. In tropical countries like India, Bangladesh, these Southeast Asian countries, and also our neighbor countries, which are suffering from the hugely due to COVID, we are already suffering from different types of tropical diseases. How it is impacting the agriculture? What are the things happening at present? The average temperature increase. An increase in temperature, average temperature, can also increase the growing season in regions with relatively cool spring and fall, adversely affect crops in regions where summer heat already limits the production, increase soil evaporation rate and changes chances of several droughts, change in rainfall amount and patterns, rising atmospheric concentrations of CO2, pollution levels such as tropospheric ozone, change in climatic variability and extreme events. This is a beautiful picture of a coral reef. It is we know the corals are colorful, with having such fishes, different red fishes, gold fishes, many colors fishes are also there. But with the increase change in climate change, with the increase in acidification, it is totally bleached. So this is a bleached coral. There is no color, there is nothing. It's all white. This is a recent picture of a starfish. It is totally dead. because the temperature has changed. You can see the different snails are also there, all dead. There's nothing because of the sudden change, extreme heat, change in the temperature level at recent. So climate change could impact the world. 4 degrees centigrade rise in temperature, 7 million deaths from air pollution, $2 to $4 billion caused by 2030 within 10 years. Hunger and famine will increase as food production is destabilized by drought. Vector-borne diseases like malaria and dengue virus will increase, and for viral diseases will also increase, humidity and heat. 250,000 deaths from disease by 2030. Warmer water and flooding will increase exposure to diseases in drinking and recreational water. And finally, pollution and pollen seasons will increase, leading to more allergies and asthma. So it is all about the hot earth. The pictures are very easily predictable. What is hot earth, how it is affecting. So the views are Greenland melt extent 2017.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we are running late, sir. Please, I would like
I'll just take
cordially
only
request you
3
to
minutes.
help us
2-3
to
minutes.
complete the program
It
in
will be
time,
done.
sir. Please, sir.
Yeah, it will be done in 2-3 minutes. Just 2-3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, yeah. This is Jacobson ice stream in Greenland. It is also melting. You can see the melting glacier. It has changed. Where it was more glacier, now it is water. Sea ice thickness 1950 and you can see the ice thickness has lessened by 2050. This is Antarctica melt, 60-meter rise, sea level rise will be there. It's unstable. Arctic vegetation, it is becoming more greenery, which is not a good sign. Tuvalu, the smallest of all nations except for Vatican. No industry is there, nothing, no petroleum, but they create the less carbon pollution, but they are totally flooded. Every second, 3 species per hour is changing. It's vanished. It's crossed these Scottish crossbills, Boris forest dragon, Brazil's Varroa sevifera, all are going to vanish. Disruption in the circulation of the present global ocean pattern has changed. This is a recent picture from Tokyo. Such temperature increase has caused this kind of situation. People are trying to get the cool water sprinkler to make themselves cool because the temperature has increased. So finally, the adaptation with the future. So adaptation related to climate change, how we are changing. So autonomous adaptation and anticipatory or productive adaptation. So we have to seal the insulation of houses. We have to look for Energy Star qualified products, more renewable energy source, reduce, reuse, recycle, be green in 1 year, introduction of sustainable water management plan, utilization of renewable fuels, management of office equipment to save energy, mass awareness, green building, alternative energy source, solar, wind, hydro, tidal, ocean, battery-driven cars, bioremediation of organic waste and incineration, recycling and reuse. This is a recent picture which is done by Semcorp in the Singapore. They are floating water solar panels. So they will be using increase the energy level much more. This is again a cleaner. It is being introduced in recently in Vancouver. So they will be collecting all the plastics and waste materials from the ocean and clean them. So ultimately, we are having only 27 years to survive, to keep our ocean safe. So if we are not be able to do that, we have to make it a pledge that we will cover our climate, we will protect our climate so that the future will be safe. Otherwise, definitely there will be in problems. So what best can be done? Act now, act together, act against imperial adventure, act with proper scientific understanding, and act for a sustainable future. Because we are at the threat, this polar bear is also under threat. Yet he has nothing to do, nothing to live because the ice are melting. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. And sorry I have taken some time because to explain the things you need some more time. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we are sorry for not being capable of giving you enough time, though you showed us really some amazing information, sir. Hope all our participants now can understand the social and economic impact, reason of seasonal variation, impact of industrial revolution that might occur due to climate change, with special reference to present scenario. We also came to know that the term vulnerability, greenhouse gas, global warming, and about consequence impacts. This information will surely enhance our knowledge as well as will help us to be more conscious about climate change. Thank you again, sir.
Yes, thank you.
So finally, we have come to almost the end of our today's session. We have with us our last but not the least honorable guest, Assistant Professor Israt Jahan Sanchari, to deliver her views on Sundarbans, the unique ecosystem, potential threats, and possible mitigation approaches. As we all are aware of the destruction that is happening to our Sundarbans, so we all need to know the potential threats and the ways by means of which we can conserve it and restore it. From the time she get to learn that the huge and increasing population of the earth is going to face a severe food crisis in near future because of not having enough and quality crops, soil health, fertility as well as plant productivity and nutritional quality. She have become a subject of great interest to her, responding the beacon of her inclination to be a specialist of soil and plant science. She chose to study soil science as the first attempt of the long journey. Her aspiration to be a researcher also makes the graduate study an absolute necessity for her. She was awarded the prestigious Dean's Award and Gold Medal for her outstanding results. She has obtained a one-year experience of working as a research associate at Bangladesh Australia Center for Environmental Research at University of Dhaka. Later, she joined at the Department of Soil and Environmental Sciences, University of Borishal in 2016 and currently serving as an assistant professor of the department. She has worked on some projects funded by the university, UGCBD and Water Development Board of Bangladesh and have a number of publications in national and international peer-reviewed journals. We are very glad to have you with us, ma'am. I would like to request you to begin your discourse and share with us your views. And thank you, ma'am. Please unmute yourself and share your views to enlighten our knowledge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Titesh.
And
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. And your presentation is on display, ma'am. I think you can see now, ma'am.
Yes. Can I do it by myself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, no problem. I just thought if I open it for you, it will help you. That's right.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'm very much pleased and honored, privileged that I'm becoming part of this great session, and I'd like to thank the organizers, that is Hariharpur Friends of Environment India and Termite Society Bangladesh. I also appreciate their thoughts for observing these 2 days together because especially in our case, Bangladesh and India, we all know that how mangrove and the tigers are related. So thanks and congratulations to the organizers for such a wonderful session. So I'd like to start, if you permit.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay. Welcome to my presentation, Sundarbans, the unique ecosystem, potential threats, and possible mitigation approaches. As we all know that mangroves are unique evergreen halophytic ecosystem that grows in the intertidal zone of marine and terrestrial ecosystems like Sundarban does. Sundarban is the single largest discrete mangrove forest, which alone occupies 4% of the total mangrove land of the world. Though Indonesia comes first in this list with 22%, but uh, there are so many mangrove forests which comprise this percentage, whereas Sundarban is the only discrete single forest comprising 4%. That is very much important. It is said that the forest is named after its most dominant plant species, that is Sundari, Hariharpur, and the English meaning of this Bengali name is beautiful forest. And I'd like to say that the nomenclature is prudent because the forest is actually beautiful. It is sometimes called the Amazon of the East because of its contribution to Bangladesh and India. Sundarban is spread over two countries, Bangladesh and neighboring India, having an area of about 10,000 square kilometer, and two-thirds of it is in Bangladesh. It lies in the vast delta on the Bay of Bengal, formed by the super confluence of the Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna rivers. Considering the importance of Sundarbans, it was declared as reserve forest in 1875.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, sorry for interrupting. Ma'am, your slide is not moving, ma'am.
Uh, now,
No, ma'am.
isn't it? Okay.
Now it is moving, ma'am.
Okay, good. I was there. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. The Indian part of Sundarban was inscribed in the UNESCO World Heritage Site in its 11th session in 1987, whereas the Bangladesh part took one more decade to be included in the heritage site. However, it is also declared as Ramsar wetland, and the Bangladesh part was declared in 1992, whereas the Indian part has got a very recent declaration in 2019. Internationally, the Day for the Conservation of Mangrove Ecosystem is celebrated in 26 July, and we Bangladeshis nationally celebrate a day for the Sundarban as the Sundarban Day in 14th February. This unique ecosystem has a very unique microclimate, having an annual rainfall of 1,640 to 2,000 millimeter, and most of the rain occurs from May to October. Humidity reaches up to 80% during June to October. However, the lowest humidity is recorded in February. The maximum average temperature here was recorded 30 degrees centigrade from mid-March to mid-June, whereas the minimum temperature was 21 in December to January. Sundarban lies in the Ganges-Brahmaputra delta, and the soils here have a texture of silty clay loam mainly. The land is intersected by complex network of tidal waterways of a number of 400, mudfloods, and 200 small islands. And the forest floor is about 0.91 to 2.11 meter above the mean sea level. You can see a Landsat 7 image by NASA. Now, Sundarban has many mentionable importances, but I'd like to focus on just 3 or 4. Just thinking about the time, because I think we are already running out of time. However, Sundarban shelters about 334 plant species, 350 Bengal tigers, 291 species of fishes, uh, 270 species of birds, 42 mammals, 35 reptiles, amphibians, uh, other organisms like algae, oysters, bryozoans, shrimp, mud lobster, crabs, and it is a very safe nesting and breeding habitat for fish, shellfish, migratory birds, and sea turtles. And of course, there are an uncountable number of invertebrates. Sundarban actually works as the coastal sheet. It protects our southern part. It acts as a natural barrier against natural calamities like floods, typhoons, storms, tsunamis, cyclone, tornadoes, tidal waves, and many more. If we remember the very recent examples like Cedar in 2007, Ayla in 2009, Bulbul in 2019, and the very recent, that is Amphan in 2020, we all know that these hazards, these natural calamities could be much more devastating if Sundarbans were not there. It is actually our savior by stabilizing shorelines, by reducing erosions, and by supplying oxygens for Bangladesh. It acts like a lung for Bangladesh by supplying about 20% oxygen, like Amazon does for the world. And that is why it is sometimes compared with Amazon. Sundarban contributes a lot to the blue carbon stock. It sequesters 5 times more carbon than tropical forest. Some scientists claim that it could be 10 times. That is huge. It stores about 80% carbon in the below ground parts of the plant. If you see the graph, the bluish part is the below ground part. And
Excuse me, excuse me, my slide again stopped, I think. It's not moving. It's not. I could not see the changing the slides.
okay, is it?
Yeah, now okay. Now okay. I think is that you have to press sometimes. Now is okay.
Okay, okay. Can you see the full screen? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you please go to presentation mode?
Can you see?
No, ma'am.
No.
Okay, Mr. Titash, can you start from here?
Okay, ma'am. Then I can share your presentation. This
Okay,
is
okay.
slide number 9.
Okay, please do it for me.
Okay. Ma'am, okay. Is it visible, ma'am, now?
Not for me. Okay.
Here it is, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Titash. I'm sorry for the interruption. So I was talking about the contribution of mangroves in blue carbon stock. Sundarbans sink about 205 million ton carbon dioxide per year. Next. Okay. It also contributes to the national economy of Bangladesh a lot. Sundarban's contribution to the national economy per year is about $1,000 million by serving our tourism, our protection services, our livelihood, the raw materials it supplies, the food products, non-timber forest products, and the natural services, cultural services by flowing of money. Next. Here we can see some scenic beauties of Sundarbans. Regrettably, this unique forest is in danger of extinction. Next. It is considered endangered in IUCN Red List of the Ecosystem Framework. If we see the maps, which shows how the land cover and biodiversity of Sundarbans is decreasing with time. Next. Here are some endangered and extinct species. Unfortunately, the Heritage species of which the forest is named after, this Sundar, has decreased 40% is just in just 25 years. Some endangered faunal species like Bengal tigers, our national animal, some amphibians, 14 reptiles, 25 aves, 5 mammals, and 4 species of fishes, which we have already lost, like the hog deer, the Indian rhinoceros, 13 species of fishes, and some other faunal community which are under the threat of extinction, and we might lose them in near future if the trend goes on, like otters, large Indian civet, 10 species of fishes, and some more. Next. The reasons for the decrease in the land cover and the biodiversity has actually two wings, the natural reasons and the anthropogenic ones. Natural causes include natural calamities and disasters, like I mentioned earlier, typhoons, floods, tsunamis, storms, etc. According to UNESCO, Cyclone Cedar alone damaged 40% of Sundarbans in 2007, which is very unfortunate. Another natural cause is sea level rise. The annual sea level rise in this area was recorded to be doubled in just a decade. If you see the maps, Bangladesh, the southern part of Bangladesh will be like this one by 2030. Other natural causes include the diversion of freshwater sources, as we have our diverted upstream freshwater source by Farakka Barrage, salinity intrusion, wave action, tidal surge, and natural dislocation by neotectonic movement. Next. Next. Okay. Anthropogenic causes, that means how we people are responsible for harming our Sundarban, is our agricultural activities. There are reports that agricultural activities has destroyed about 17,179 hectares of mangrove within just 3 decades. Our shrimp culture has destroyed 7,154 hectares of mangrove land. Our other activities include other shrimp farming, fish farming, crab production and farming, salt production, deforestation, land clearing, unplanned mass tourism, hunting and poaching, heavy metal pollution, habitation use, industrial activities, and very recent, the Rampal Power Station and the accidental oil spill in 2014. Next. Now the possible remedial measures we can adopt to save our Sundarban. Reforestation, afforestation, these tools are actually very important. We can understand the importance by one example. That is, in 1980s, China imported mangrove species from Bangladesh, that is Sonoracia alba, and planted to their mangrove system. So we can understand their thoughts. They have done this about 4 decades ago. However, Bangladesh is also doing this now. For example, of reforestation, Malaysia has taken some initiatives to reforest their mangroves in some islands. Other remedial measures could be designing and establishing climate modeling, coastal vulnerability and risk assessment, integrated coastal and marine management, improving catchment management, forest and animal conservation, preventing hunting and poaching, preventing land encroachment, prevention and control of pollution, phytoremediation approaches for reducing pollutants from the surrounding environment, reconsideration of environmental impact assessment reports for Rampal power plant, because UNESCO has some issues with this EIA report. Ensuring proper EIA for any type of development activities to run in Sundarban. Accomplishing environmental law. Ensuring planned and secure tourism. Promotion of environment and forestry research, extension, education and training. And last but not the least, raising awareness to save Sundarban, to save ourselves. Next. Thank you so much for your patient sharing. I'd like to end here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing us all the useful information regarding mangrove and the status of its biodiversity. And this will surely be beneficial to all our participants and will help to be more careful about the Sundarban. Thank you again, respected ma'am, for your enthusiastic participation and for a unique presentation. Now we have come to the end of our today's session. So today we have with us 13 honorable guests with us who shared much valuable knowledge and information with us concerning environment and its various dimensions. And emphasizing climate change, I would like to convey gratitude to our Honorable Chief Patron Professor Navakumar Mundal from India and Chief Guest from Dr. Professor S.M. Imamul Haq from Bangladesh, our Honorable Guest of Honor Mr. Umashankar Mundal from India, and Rotarian Jalaluddin Shoaib, PSF Bangladesh, and all our guest speaker Dr. Rajarshi Mitra, Dr. Mohammad Enayat Hossain, Dr. Misha Roy, Dr. Ritobroto Mollik, Mr. Sumanta Kundu, Dr. Bholanath Mondal, Dr. Niladri Das, Dr. Mohammad Firoz Jaman, and Assistant Professor Ishrat Jahan Sanchari ma'am from both India and Bangladesh. They have illuminated today's session with their presence and also with their valuable speech. We are looking forward to have them with us in next program also. I would like to convey special thanks to the founder and secretary of Hariharpur Friends of Environment, Mr. Apurva Kole, and founder and president of Termite Society, MD Zubaidul Islam Arif, for organizing such a beautiful event. We are also thankful and giving special thanks to all participants for their valuable time. Well, tomorrow we have our second day of program of this e-conference. I would like to invite all the participants to be present in the second or the last day program of this e-conference. Hope all of you have liked today's program. So we will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Inshallah. Till then, stay happy, stay safe, stay home with your family during this pandemic situation. So, goodbye everyone, and thank you for your presence patiently. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum.